I'll go fully property talk about it. Crazy.
She's on her way.
Thank you. Thank you. I kind of, all right.
Thank you. You may be seated. Okay. I need to sign out and sign back on, so give me just a second. All right, good morning. To the people on the phone, I understand that we have the interpreter, Spanish language, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. Good morning. Jose Garcia.
Good morning, Mr. Garcia. I understand we also have attorney from the state. Is that Mr. Garcia? And I apologize for that. Is that also Mr. Garcia?
No, Your Honor, we're just observing, or I'm just observing. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Attorney,
Are you talking to me? I'm Clayton Linus from County Attorney's Office.
okay, perfect. I'm sorry, I was reading and talking at the same time, which is not a great combination.
Hello.
And you said Minos?
Linus, L-Y-N-A-S.
Another streamer? What the what? What up? What up? How's it going,
Okay.
Tabby?
All right, Mr. Linus, we are, just so you are aware, I believe you're here on number 22, is that correct?
What up?
Correct.
What up? How's everybody doing today?
All right, so we're going to do the interpreter matter first, and then we will move to item number 22.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, what up, Taylor? How's
All
it
right,
going?
good morning. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 20th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
Did she say
Persons appearing
2025?
before this court are
What up,
reminded
Jen?
that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them. And I am sorry, Mr. Interpreter, I didn't pause when I needed to. I will pause
Not a-
now, though.
Not a problem. Thank you, Your Honor. Muy buenos días. Soy la comisionada Elizabeth Campbell. Estamos encargándonos de las comparecencias iniciales, el calendario de las 8 de la mañana, el
Oye,
20
thank
de
you.
mayo de 2025. Las órdenes
you, Patricia.
judiciales provistas en el primer calendario del mes para obtener las muestras
right,
de
bro.
ADN y huellas dactilares también corresponden a estas audiencias. Para todas las personas que comparecen en este juzgado, se les recuerda que tienen el derecho a permanecer callado. Todo lo que mencionen puede ser
Patricia.
utilizado en su contra.
Maybe I can, Nicole. Maybe I can.
All right, most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified, or even if you have, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you.
La mayoría de ustedes han llenado los requisitos para que se le nombre un abogado de oficio. Si no llenan los requisitos, usted tiene el derecho de contratar su propio abogado particular.
I will be calling you up individually. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium.
Voy a convocar su nombre
Easy.
individualmente. Cuando diga su nombre, pase por favor al podio.
At the conclusion of your matter, the detention officers will have paperwork for you, which details my orders in your case.
A la conclusión de esta causa, los custodios les darán el papeleo, lo cual entra en detalles de las órdenes y de la causa.
All right, we're going to start this morning with Isabel Lizardo, please.
Esta mañana vamos a comenzar con Isabel Lazardo, por favor.
Hello, Your Honor. Hi. Ms. Lizardo, you have indicated that you need the services of an interpreter.
Señora Lizardo,
Ajá. Bueno, buenos días.
buenos días, señora. Usted había indicado que necesita los servicios de interpretación.
Sí,
Thank you, Nikki.
Okay.
Yes.
See?
Then, Ms. Lizardo, you are going to have to wait for the interpreter to complete the interpretation before you answer my questions, okay?
está bien.
Señora, se va a tener que esperar.
Entonces, señora Lizardo, tendrá que esperar a que el intérprete termine de interpretar antes de contestar mis preguntas. ¿Muy bien?
Está bien.
That's
yes.
fine.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Ms. Lizardo, please state your name for the record.
Isabel Infante,
Damn, hold up. Let me talk.
Señora Lizardo, diga su nombre para que conste en actas.
Isabel Infante Lizardo, y mi cumpleaños es 3/29, 65.
65.
Isabel Infante Lizardo. My date of birth is 3/29/65. 65.
65.
Thank you. And Ms. Lizardo, you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony.
¿Drogas? La agarraron con
Gracias.
drogas,
Señora
señora.
Lizardo, usted está detenida
Thank you,
fue
Megan.
detenida el día de ayer debido a las imputaciones de la tenencia
Bueno, Chad.
de droga narcótica, delito mayor, categoría 4.
As well as charges of possession of drug paraphernalia,
Whatever,
a
Chad.
class 6 felony.
What up, Maria?
Como también
What up,
la
Teresa?
imputación de la tenencia de adminículo de droga, delito mayor, categoría 6.
Howdy.
I am finding probable cause for those violations, and I am appointing you an attorney.
Determino que existe el motivo fundado de procesamiento en su contra por esas infracciones y le nombro a un abogado.
I am
Thank you,
setting
Debs.
3 hearings in your matter.
Voy a programar 3 audiencias en su causa.
The
Three
first
of
on
them.
The first on May 27th at 8:30.
What up?
La primera será una audiencia el 27 de mayo a las 8:30.
The second on May 27th at 1:30 p.m.
La segunda será el 27 de mayo a la 1:30.
And the last one on May 29th at 8:30 a.m.
Y la última el 29 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
And Dana, I need to reprint this because there's information on it that we don't need. Sorry. All right, Ms. Luzardo, because your new offenses were committed while you were on release in a different felony matter, which is
snap.
PR 2025-112997.
Abuelita's with the business. She not playing around.
Y señora Lizardo, debido a que sus nuevas imputaciones sucedieron mientras usted estaba en una libertad condicional debido a otra causa de delito mayor, la causa siendo CR 2025-11297,
I am holding you non-bondable on your new charges.
la voy a detener sin el beneficio de fianza bajo las nuevas imputaciones.
What up, Nana?
Go ahead, step to the left.
Granny's
I'll
on a
paperwork
sick
for
one.
you.
Pase al lado izquierdo,
Damn
los
it.
estudios tienen el papeleo para usted.
Ay, ay, ay.
¿Puedo preguntar algo?
May I ask something?
Yes, ma'am.
La mes que dice que me va a ver, ¿es en el mismo mes? ¿El tiempo del corte?
The days you guys are talking about, the hearings, are they going to happen in the same month?
Your first hearing is on May 27th at 8:30 a.m.
Su primera audiencia es el 27 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Okay, so focus on going to that one. You will be detained you will be in custody until that hearing, at least until that hearing.
Enfóquese en acudir a esa audiencia. De hecho, usted va a permanecer detenida hasta que suceda esa audiencia.
Okay.
Hasta el día 27.
Until the 27.
All that information will be in your paperwork. Yes, ma'am. I'm holding you non-bondable today.
Sí, señora, y toda esa información estará en el papeleo. La voy a detener a usted sin el beneficio de fianza desde el día de hoy.
Go ahead, step to the left, officer, it's your paperwork.
Está bien, gracias.
Pase al lado izquierdo, tienen el papeleo. That's fine. Thank you.
Gracias a ti.
All right,
It's
Mr.
a me,
Interpreter, will you please
Mario.
inquire in the gallery if anybody else needs your assistance this morning?
Absolutely, Your Honor. ¿Existe alguien más presente esta mañana que necesite los servicios de interpretación al idioma español? Si puede, por favor, levantar su mano.
No hands, Your Honor.
We have no hands, Mr. Garcia. Thank you so
Oh, I
much
love-
for your assistance this morning.
I love no hands.
Always a pleasure,
It's
Your
my
Honor.
favorite.
May you and your staff have a
My
wonderful
favorite.
day.
Thank you.
Damn, James, you ain't right.
All right, our next person is Wyatt Ford.
uh, great translator. Hey, so this is Arizona. We're in Maricopa County. Why is this guy in
Mr.
orange?
Ford, please state your name for the record.
Wyatt Bruce Ford,
And Mr. Ford, what is your date of birth?
May 25th, 1996, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, and we have an appearance on behalf of the state. Mr. Linus, would you like to make your appearance at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Clayton Linus for the state.
Thank you. And Mr. Ford, you were arrested yesterday on charges of second-degree murder, a Class 1
What?
felony. Mr. Linus, would you like to be heard on probable cause?
Not beyond what's in
my
the
eyes
Form 4,
twitching.
Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Linus and Mr. Ford, based upon the information in the Form 4, I am finding probable cause for that violation. I am appointing you, Mr. Ford, an attorney, and I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 27th at 8:30 and the next one on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County
Holy
Superior
moly.
Court. At this point, Mr. Ford, I will consider argument and presentations on conditions of release, if any. I'm going to go ahead and hear from the state first. So, Mr. Linus, what is state's
What up,
position?
Anita?
Your Honor, the state's asking for $1 million secured bond. In the event that Mr. Wyatt is released, I would ask that he be placed on electronic monitoring and that he be directed to have no contact with
What
the
up,
victim or in this case, with the victim's family, the next of kin specifically, and then to not return to the scene of the crime. In support of that, I do note the facts that are listed in the Form 4, as well as a 2023 disorderly conduct and criminal trespass conviction. Both were misdemeanors. It looks like it was in Justice Court in Mesa. That appears to stem from an altercation or interaction that he had at an MVD facility there relating to an interlock device that was placed on his vehicle. It looks like probably related to an out-of-state DUI of some sort, but the out-of-state DUI did not appear on his JWI. The additional factor also is I believe that he and his family are in the process or are planning to move out of state in the near future.
He ain't going nowhere. Damn, hey, this escalated really a lot
and
faster
Mr.
than
Ford, would you like to be heard on conditions of release, if any, today?
I anticipated.
Yes, Your Honor. I just had one question. If granted bail or whatever, would I be able to secure my bail amount with an out-of-state home?
That would be up to, so the state is asking for, as I understand it, Mr. Linus, a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1 million. Is that correct, Mr. Linus?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So in the
What a
event that it
no-face.
is a secured appearance bond, you can work with a bond company to set that bond. However, what terms and conditions the bond company is willing to accept would be between you and the bond company. Okay?
And then, Your Honor, if I'm allowed to say one more thing, I know whoever's on the intercom, they said to not return to the scene. With that home that I'm moving, it happened on the corner of my home. So I was just curious, if I am able to make bail, can I still at least get home to pack up trailers? And if I am granted bail, am I allowed to cross state lines?
No, are you crazy? Here, let me give you your passport and some money for the road while we're at it. What does he think this is? Pack you a sack lunch too while we're at it, and some nice little warm socks with the little fuzzy ball at the end. Give you an identity so you could use while you're on the run. He's gonna run. He wants to pack up.
Thank you. Anything further from the state, Mr. Linus?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Ching Gators. Hey, thank you for that daily art, Nick. Voila. He's a flight risk, and the judge is typing all mad. She's like, da, 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 da. Or is that my wife typing? Let me check. Nah, that's the judge. There's the judge typing. Hey, what up, Bill Cool Things? How's it going? We will buy you Lunchables for your trip, Senor Gonzalez. What was his name? I didn't catch his name. Did anybody catch his name? She didn't even bother to answer the questions. Hey, you know what? Hey, I'll tell you this much. If I was in this situation, I'm not gonna get out of it. There's no way I'm gonna be able to cover $1 million. I wouldn't even be able to cover $100,000 or even $10,000.
Having heard argument from the state, I am going to go ahead and set a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1 million in your case.
Thank you, Jerome.
I am also requiring that in the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, that you be subject to electronic monitoring.
Wyatt Ford? Okay, thank you, guys.
You are...
Gonzalez is going to be his alias.
You are. I did hear the state's recommendation regarding no contact with the victim's family, and I am going to go ahead and order that. I am also requiring that you remain in Arizona until further court order. This is a man lost his life.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so with that, I went ahead and signed the order, so we should be good to go. And you can go ahead and, unless there's anything further from the state at this time.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I am ordering no weapons. You may not possess any weapons, no drugs, and no alcohol. Okay.
Does
Go
that
ahead, step left.
the no weapons policy? Is that included in jail too? Because I need to be able to defend myself.
All right, Mr. Linus, are you here on any other matters today?
I am not, Your Honor.
Okay, then I'm
next
going
on The
thank you
Price
for
is
your
Wrong.
time, and we are going to go back to our regularly scheduled calendar.
Regularly
Thank you.
scheduled.
Have a good
Thank
morning.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, sir. Dominic Loya, please.
Hey, who's that screaming, James, in the background? Is that your mom? Nah, it's Señorita Laura.
How you doing?
I'm good. Hold on just a second.
Go Suns.
That's why.
Phoenix Suns.
Okay. I understand now. All right, Mr. Loya, go ahead. State your name for the record.
Dominic Santiago Loya,
And Mr. Loya, what is your date of birth?
04/27/1994.
Thank you. And you are here on 2 out-of-county warrants, one from Pima County and the other one from Santa Cruz County. So let's go ahead and talk about the Pima County warrant. First, on that warrant, you are was issued for a probation violation. An attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on May 23rd at 8:30 in the Pima County Superior Court. I am holding you non-bondable in this Pima County matter pursuant to the arrest warrant. Now, you are also, there is also a warrant issued for your arrest by the Santa Cruz County Superior Court. Again, hold on.
Hey, he's definitely
This
representing
is
the
also
city.
for a probation violation. And I am sorry, Dana, I need to indicate that an attorney should be appointed for you, Mr. Loya, at your next hearing, which will be in the Santa Cruz County Superior Court
Dana.
on May 23rd
Who the hell is Dana?
8:30. In that matter, I am also holding you non-bondable pursuant to that arrest warrant. So you're on non-bondable on both cases today. Go ahead, step left.
Okay, thank you. I
You
appreciate
ain't
it.
going nowhere.
Sorry about that, Dana.
Oh, mira.
Hey, Cinderella, go find yourself a fella. You're on the clock, bitch, and midnight is coming. You got the wrong man.
All right, Taekwon Sturgis and then Juan Rubio.
All right. Oh, man. Hey, so today at 11 o'clock, we're going to be heading to California. James, but I thought you said you couldn't see any court hearings. Yeah, that's right. We're going to do an embanked hearing, if you will, at 11 a.m.
Taekwon Sturgis,
Mr. Sturgis, what's your date of birth?
July 28, 1998.
Thank you. And you
Give
are
me
here
some chow.
because you were arrested on charges of trafficking in stolen property, a Class 2 felony, and theft, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those. The offense date is on or about March 22nd, 2025. For purposes of appointing you an attorney based upon the information you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent, so I am not appointing you an attorney today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 27th at 8:30 and the next one on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County
Thank you,
Superior
Emily.
Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $5,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you may not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Coachy. Lopes.
Juan Rubio, please.
Hey, so this is Arizona. This is Maricopa County. Phoenix. Hey, gracias, Corn Dog 602. Phoenix. Hey, what up, Peyton? How's it going?
All right, Mr. Rubio, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Juan Rubio,
Mr. Rubio,
62468.
thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal damage, a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 27th at 8:30 and the next one on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $2,500. In the event that you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to release
Hello,
conditions,
Governor.
including ankle monitoring. And
He's a little fella.
think
Mind the gap. Mind the gap, if you will. Temperature check.
Yeah.
He will get out of jail next day.
including ankle monitoring, and you may not
Thank you for the follow.
return to.
Hey, what up, Watch Save Kids from CSA? Simón que hubo desde Kingman, Arizona. That's right. All right, so we're off to a pretty
Yep.
bumpy start.
You may not return to the scene of
What up,
the
Rodney?
alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim.
What up, Paul? Thank you for the follow.
With that, sir, go ahead, step to the left.
Your Honor, I got all my stuff in there, all my clothing and everything in the house.
Awa, drop one, flush one.
All your stuff is there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well,
Teresa,
if
thank you for that
is
daily.
in fact the case, I will permit a civil
Susanna.
standby to collect your essential belongings. Give me just a second. I'm going to have to update that.
Your Honor, but I own the house. I paid the rent. I live there. Well, sir, tough luck. She lives there now, or he. I'm not sure if it's a he or a she. So
My understanding from
Whoever-
the Form 4
they
was
live
that
there
that
now.
was not your place of residence, Mr. Rubio.
hey, thank you, Nana. Highly appreciate that. What's up, Chacha? How's it going? Hey, Sama, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate that.
All right, I am reiterating then in the order that
Reiterating. I gotta use that.
whether or not that is in fact your residence. You may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim. And I am stating that one civil standby with a law enforcement officer is permitted to collect any essential belongings. Okay? Go ahead, step to the left.
Amanda, thank you for that daily heart. Highly appreciate
Selena
that.
McGovern, please. And then Alessandra Cortez.
Up next on The Price is Wrong. And for anybody that's new here, these are real time. These are happening right now.
Go ahead, state your name for the record, ma'am.
Selena McGovern,
And Ms. McGovern, what is your date of birth?
McGovern?
10582.
Thank you. And Ms. McGovern, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a direct complaint which alleges that on or about July 11th of 2022, you committed theft, a Class 3 felony, and that on or about July 11th, 2022, you committed forgery, a Class
Forgery and theft.
4 felony. I am appointing you an attorney in that matter.
I
and
was not aware of these.
Hey.
I was not aware of these charges.
Okay.
Objection.
So it's an arrest warrant. So the court issued the warrant, and then you were arrested on the warrant.
I was.
2020.
Oh, you mean yesterday?
2022.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I'm setting 2 hearings in your case. The first on, I am appointing you an attorney. So if you have questions, you can talk to your attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in your case. The first on May 27th at 8:30, and the next one on May 29th at 8:30,
Don't
both in the
like that
downtown
there's
Maricopa
another
County
court
Superior
streamer.
Court.
What the what?
I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000.
Okay.
Right. Go ahead, step to the left.
You mean
Okay.
yesterday?
Alessandra Cortez, please.
Cortez. She don't recall being arrested. I hate when that happens. I get arrested and I just wake up in the tank like, where am I? Shit, oh, damn, I'm in jail again. I don't even remember.
Hi,
It doesn't
Ms.
count because I
Cortez.
don't
Go ahead,
remember
state
what I
your
did.
record.
Alessandra Cortez,
And Ms. Cortez, what is your date of birth?
Joey, thank you for the roses.
030539.
Thank you. And you are here today because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a probation violation matter. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000.
What is
All
up?
right?
What's up?
If
Miss
you are
Tasmanian?
able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Go ahead, step to the left.
Next. Hey, at least she's gonna be warm.
Brian Mayer, please.
She came dressed for the occasion. She won't be suffering from frostbite in that place because those air conditioners be running full blast. What's for breakfast? I don't even know. It's always hopefully it's some eggs. Hopefully we could afford some eggs. Maybe hopefully preferably 2 to 3 eggs, if you will. But we'll see.
Thank you.
Emily,
Go
thank you
ahead,
for
take
that
me off the record, sir.
donut.
Brian Mayer,
Mr. Mayor, what is your date of birth?
8/13/1991.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6
They caught
felony.
him with
I
a
did find
pipa.
probable cause for those. For purposes of appointing you an attorney based on the information you provided to pretrial services, I'm finding that you are not indigent. However, you may, and so I am not appointing you an attorney. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am
Oh man, Teresa.
setting a hearing. Actually, you know what? Let me redo that. I'm looking at the financial information. I'm going to go ahead and appoint you an attorney in this matter at this time. And so I am appointing you an attorney. And I'm setting a hearings on May 27th at 8:30 and May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior
What
Court.
did
In
his-
your
what
new
did his
matter,
shirt
I am
say?
setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Now, you are also on probation in CR 2024-147858. In that case, your new charges would constitute a violation of
thank you,
term
user.
1 of your probation. In
It's
the
a rock band,
probation
okay.
violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting hearings on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior
Chrissy,
Court.
thank you.
I
and,
am setting a secured appearance bond in the probation violation matter in the amount of $500. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
What
All
up,
right, go
Sherry
ahead,
K?
step left.
Hey, what up, Danny Leon? Que onda, compa?
Tomas Villanueva, please.
This judge, she doesn't fully seem like she's lit. It seems like she
Good
just
morning,
rolled out
sir.
of bed.
All right, go ahead, take your
Damn.
name for the record.
Tomas Villanueva,
Hey.
And Mr. Villanueva, what is your date of birth?
What in the
January
seco is
23rd,
going on here?
1984.
Thank
What
you.
in-
And
what in
you
the
are
El Salvador
here
is
today
going on
on
here?
3 matters. You were arrested yesterday on charges of credit card theft, a class or credit card theft or control, a class 5 felony, and fraudulent use of a credit card, a class 1 misdemeanor. Did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney.
How are you
And
gonna
I
be
am
committing
setting,
crimes looking
2
like
hearings
that?
in your case. The first
Fraud.
on May 27th at 8:30, and the next one on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance
you,
bond
Teresa.
in your matter in the amount of $250. That's in your new matter. Now, you are also here because you are on probation in 2 Maricopa County Superior Court cases.
Hey, what
Those
up,
are
Maui?
CR 2023-000568 and CR 2024-110387.
His left ear looks odd.
Your new charges would constitute a violation of term 1 of your existing probation cases. In both of the probation violation matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting hearings on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Agua.
In both of your probation violation matters, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. So there is a total combined secured appearance bond in the amount of $750 for all 3 cases. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Caden Lawrence, please, and then Christopher Parrish.
I would not be committing crimes if I look like that. How the hell are you gonna? Everybody's gonna think you're a criminal. Like they suspect you even before you try anything. Shh. Man, he definitely wasn't. And the mute button was definitely on him. He was on the mute button was on him. Something
Good
ugly,
morning.
heavy.
Hold on, my computer is loading.
Mute
Give me
button
just
over his
a
mouth is
minute.
hilarious. Walking mannequin que no. Hey, oh, stretching out. Wait, hey, what are we getting ready to rush the judge?
No, I've got
Easy
it.
there, boy. Easy.
All right, and I apologize, sir. I'm going to have to reopen the app. So give me.
Like from Harry Potter. What up, Tita? How's it going? Program time. What the hell was them crazy moves? Maybe he's getting ready for Dancing for the Stars. I don't know. No sé. Is he doing a marathon?
All right, Mr. Lawrence, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Caden Lawrence,
All right, Mr. Lawrence, what's your date of birth?
January 5th, 2006.
Thank you.
2006?
And
Damn,
you
he's
were
19.
arrested yesterday on charges of reckless driving, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and exceeding the posted speed, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for those. Because of the nature of the charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing in your case on June 3rd at 1:30 p.m. in the University Lakes Justice Court. Will you go to that?
What up,
Yes,
Sue?
Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance.
What was his name? Toby? Kobe?
The conduct was dangerous. Obey traffic laws. You haven't been driving all that long.
Lolo, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
And you could hurt someone.
Right now.
Okay, go ahead, step the line.
Hey, Cheetos
Thank
don't
you, Your
sound
Honor.
don't sound bad right about now. And he got sandals on. Come on, how are you gonna step out of the house with sandals? Come on.
Christopher Parrish, please.
Catch me walking out of the house with sandals.
Okay,
Come on now.
we don't have Christopher.
Ooh, thank you. Who sent that?
Oh, that's
A
not,
trunk full
that's
of
not
love.
Christopher.
Thank you, Patricia.
All right, can we move Christopher to the,
11
or is it possible to get him?
We can get him.
Okay. All right.
in
We're
2
gonna
hours.
pause on the
2 hours
Parrish
and 20
then.
minutes.
All right. With that, we are going to progress to Malik Shabazz, please.
Progress. Have you seen any prosecution cases in this county?
Yeah.
Oh, prostitution. Prostitution. No, you know what? I have not. You know, I have not seen any Nightwalker cases, if you will, that I recall. I have seen some
Good
like
morning, Mr.
trafficking.
Shabazz.
Some
Mr. Shabazz, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Malik Shabazz.
You pronounce it Shabazz?
I pronounce it Shabazz, but it's Shabazz.
Shabazz.
Well, it's your name, so I want to say Shabazz?
Shabazz?
It's Shabazz.
Shabazz?
Okay.
Shabazz?
All
Shabazz?
right, and Mr. Shabazz, what is your date of birth?
4993. It's wrong on my ID. It's 1493 on my ID. That's wrong.
That's wrong. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you are
Alrighty
here
then.
today on two matters. So we're going to talk about your Peoria Municipal Court matter first. In that Peoria Municipal Court matter, you are wanted on a pre-adjudication warrant. It looks like for charges involving
I'm not going to even say that.
shoplifting, disorderly conduct,
Shoplifting, disorderly conduct.
threat, intimidation,
Threats.
and trespassing.
Man, he almost got a
In
whole
that
battleship
matter,
right there.
because of the nature, I am finding that you are indigent,
What about Mondo?
and I am, and an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on May 22nd at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court.
Probably from
In that
both.
matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50.
$50?
Now, you are also here, Mr. Shabazz, because
Thank you for that daily heart.
Missouri has issued a warrant for your arrest in their matter.
He doesn't have any
they
money.
have given you a white laminated card.
Hey, gracias for supporting on
Did
both
they
pages.
do that?
I didn't even know he had it.
Thank you for that daily heart.
He's FOJ.
No one told me that. Why did he have it on his card?
Man, I got $50 in change on my couch right now. But he ain't going
so,
nowhere.
Mr. Shabazz, go ahead, take a moment, read that,
Thank you for that daily heart, T.
and I'm going to let you review
will.
that one. And what we'll do, I'm going to, if you go ahead, because there's a lot to read, and I don't like
Step to your left.
When I'm reading something and I want to pay attention, I don't like to be necessarily put on the spot. So I'm
Step to
going to
your
ask
left.
you step back into the chairs and we'll call you up again in just a second. And we're going to go to Dimitri,
Fugitive. Yup. Yeehaw! Thank you, Megan from down under.
Dimitri's case.
Highly appreciate. I love that. I love that cowboy hat. What do you guys think
We're
this
going to
guy
get an
did?
interpreter for you, sir.
Yeah. I'm not good. My English is not good.
It's okay. We're going to get an interpreter. Give us just a second.
Ah,
Thank you so much.
he speaks Russian. I think. I'm just assuming over here. Let's see what Vladimir did.
1022.
All right. We just gotta wait for an interpreter. I could probably interpret for him. They don't need one. Ah, he's a commie. James, did you say he's a commie? Bye. He wouldn't be the first. Sounds Russian or Polish. Disorderly conduct. All right. Ah, man, they're blocking the face now. Damn it! Somebody hit.
Russian, correct?
Ah, I knew it. Russian. These American jails are nothing like a Russian prison. I've been to Black Dolphin, my friend. Mind the gap. Mind the gap. Let me see. They have to speed dial. Pretty cool. Yeah. Hey, but you know what? Somebody was asking me how much do I think they get paid, those translators. I think they come in from another country, so I'm pretty sure they get paid dollars daily. Black Dolphin. Hey, that's a real prison in Russia. Black Dolphin. Scary place. Reminds me of ADX in the federal system. What do you know about ADX? I don't know anything. I just saw it in National Geographic, if you will. You sound like a pirate, not a Russian. Hey, I'm not good at these voices and whatnot. All I could do is just try. Like I've seen it before. Cannibals beat. Oh, yep. In Florence, Colorado.
Good morning, interpreter. This is Commissioner Campbell. Can you hear me okay?
What up, Kit Kat? That boy Russian.
Yes, this center says I can hear you well.
Thank you. All right. Are you ready to begin, Mr. Interpreter?
This interpreter, yes.
Okay.
Hey, what in the Dumb and Dumber
Dimitri,
haircut is going
I'm sorry.
on here?
How do you pronounce your last name?
Svidritsky.
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 Svidritsky? Svidritsky. All right, Mr. Svidritsky, please state your name for the record. Wait for the interpreter.
Здравствуйте, я буду вашим русским устным переводчиком. Все, что скажете, будет переведено конфиденциально. Можно, пожалуйста, сказать ваше имя для записи?
Нет!
Дмитрий.
Pushkakas.
Сvidritsky.
James, I didn't know you knew Russian.
Дмитрий Сvidritsky, да. Дмитрий Сvidritsky, yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Svidritsky, what is your date of birth?
20 August 87.
Oh, the box is gone. We
So
can fix
the
that.
interpretation is an all or nothing thing. So if we're going to do the interpretation, you have to wait for the interpreter to ask the question in Russian, and you have to answer in Russian, and the interpreter will say it in English. Okay?
20 августа 1987 года. August 20, 1987.
Thank you. And Mr. Svidritsky, you were arrested yesterday on charges of DUI, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
DUI.
Senator, arrested what? Would you please repeat the last part?
He might have an immigration hold.
Mr. Svidritsky, you were arrested yesterday on charges of DUI, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Мистер Сvidritsky, вас арестовали вчера в DUI класс 1. Misdemeanor?
And open liquor container in your car, a Class 2 misdemeanor.
That's right. That's how they do it in Russia. Open containers and all.
И открыто в машине было класс 2, да?
I am appointing you an attorney.
DUI on Monday. Hell yeah. Hey, great way to start the
Вы
week, right?
адвокат?
And I'm setting a hearing on June 5th at 9 a.m.
For that, he's gonna get an AWA, putting the general public in danger.
Слушание 5 июня. You said 10 a.m.? I'm sorry.
At 9 a.m.
5 июня 9 утра.
And that hearing is in the Ironwood Justice Court.
Это будет в суде Ironwood Justice.
Will you go to that hearing, Mr. Svidritsky?
Here.
Будете идти к этой?
Sure.
Ну да, конечно.
Yes, sure.
Okay. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance.
Я вас отпущу.
И что, извините? Можете
The
повторить?
interpreter is asking me to repeat. Я вам отпущу.
Yeah.
Okay. You need to go to your hearing.
I don't got anything, Judge, Your Honor.
Вам нужно идти к слушанию.
The date, time, and address will be on your paperwork.
Дата, время и адрес будет на бумажке.
Hold my calls.
Спасибо.
Don't drive without a valid license.
I don't need no stinking license.
Не водите без водительского права, действующего
You are not-
водительского права.
And you are not to possess or consume alcohol pending your until further order of the court.
Hey, he does look like Boris Johnson. You're right, Linda. Is this his
Mr.
new identity?
Sudzinski, you are not to possess or consume alcohol until further order of the court.
Вы не употребляете алкоголь до последнего заказа, до следующего заказа суда.
Okay, go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And he has sandals on.
All right, Mr. Interpreter, thank you. Those are all our Russian language needs for today. Thank
Hey,
you.
that was our Prime Minister of the UK, right? Or not the UK, but of Britain, if you will.
Thank you. All right, let's go to Christopher Parrish.
All right, let's get back on track. That dude definitely knew English. That was painful. It was. I couldn't even say his name. The judge couldn't say his name.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Christopher Parrish.
Thank you. And you were
Ex-Prime
arrested
Minister.
yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney.
Hey, I didn't catch. How much was
I'm
his bond?
setting, 2 hearings in your case. The first on June 4th at 8:30, and the next one on June 6th at 8:30.
Did I
Both
say
in the
president?
downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. It looks to me like you've been doing good for a while, and
The bearded
but,
wonder.
you need to go ahead and make sure you go to those hearing dates. Otherwise, they will or a warrant could issue
Slide him
for
a
your arrest.
comb.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, step left. All right, Malik Shabazz, please.
Oh, Shabazz is back. Hey, thank you for that daily heart. Who sent that over? Let me see. Natalie, gracias. Highly appreciate. Natalie North 87. Highly appreciate you.
All right. Now, have you had
Nope.
Mr.
No
Shabazz,
president, just prime minister.
Let's start your bit over. Go ahead, state your
That's
name
what
for
I
the
meant to
record.
say.
Malik Shabazz,
Mr. Shabazz, what is your date of birth?
Linda, thank you for that potato.
4993.
Okay.
Or potato. Thank you for that
All right.
mustache. Mr. Shabazz. Makes me think about those chips from prison.
All right. All right. And this is the matter regarding your
Thank you for that cake. Thank you, Cheryl.
the warrant issued by the state of Missouri. That state wants you back on its warrant. You were given a laminated card. Did you read that paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As I stated, you have a warrant from the state of Missouri. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to the requesting state within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing and that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states, that would be Missouri and Arizona, before you are sent back to the state of Missouri. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for the requesting state to come for you. That 30 days would start tomorrow as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending against you anywhere in Arizona. And it would appear, based upon your previous matter, that you do, in fact, have criminal charges in the Peoria Municipal Court. If you do have criminal charges pending against you in Arizona, the 30-day period would not start until those charges are resolved. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I will set your hearing for June 2nd at 1:30 p.m. I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter because extradition matters are civil in nature, but you would have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense if you choose. You would not be entitled to bail in this case because the FOJ warrant indicates that you are an absconder from probation or parole. A governor's warrant signed by the governors of both states is required to extradite you to Missouri. That process could take up to 90 days. So you now need to decide whether or not you want to waive your right to an extradition hearing.
So I've never been through this before. Like
we none of us have.
So what's the best? I don't know.
Well, I can't provide you with legal advice, sir. I'm the judge in this case, and I'm not your attorney. Pursuant to that Missouri bond, you are non-bondable. So you would be held non-bondable in this Missouri warrant matter. So I'm not able to set a bond for you. And right now, if you don't waive, you will have a extradition hearing on June 2nd at 1:30 p.m. And you may want to go to that hearing and talk to the judge at that point. I hear that sometimes there are lawyers there that are available or may be available to answer questions.
So what's the hearing for? Like, what am I having that hearing for?
It's an extradition hearing to move the process along so that the governors of both Missouri and Arizona would then start the process to get those warrants signed by the governors of both states.
Okay, so if I waive it and I gotta still wait more than 30 days, right? Because I have criminal charges against me now.
Right. So at this point, I'm going to indicate that you are not waiving your right to an extradition hearing, and I'm going to leave that hearing set on June 2nd at 1:30 p.m. Okay?
So what's the hearings for, though?
It's the next step in the process to have the governors of Arizona and Missouri sign the warrant for your return to Missouri on your Missouri matters. Okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left.
But I don't want to go.
Thank you, sir.
I don't want to go. But what if I want to just stay here? Is that an option?
All right, and I think that brings us to our house calls.
Yes, Your Honor.
Give me just a second.
Take your time. Take your time, Your Honor. Teresa, you crack me up. He better watch his shoes. Yo, partner, what size shoe you got on? If anybody ever asks you, hey, what shoes you got on, you tell them my size. Don't ever tell them what size shoe you're wearing. All right, the correct and only answer should be my size.
Recommendation. All right, we have 3 house calls this morning. These individuals are not able to be with us today because they are a danger to self, a danger to others, or otherwise not able to function for purposes of being with us here in court this morning. Our first house call is Frank Castillo. Mr. Castillo was arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, and resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, and criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for those, and I am appointing an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings, the first on May 27th at 8:30, and the next one on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in Mr. Castillo's case in the amount of $10,000. Our next house call is Brett Shire. Mr. Shire's date of birth is September 20th, 1969. Mr. Shire was arrested yesterday on charges of burglary in the 2nd degree and burglary in the 2nd degree, a Class 3 felony, and burglary in the 3rd degree, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing Mr. Shire an attorney, and I am setting 2 hearings, the first on May 27th at 8:30, and the next one on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in Mr. Shire's case in the amount of $7,500. And finally, we get to Jaden Starkey. Mr. Starkey's date of birth is March 21st, 2002. Mr. Starkey was arrested yesterday on charges of burglary in the 3rd degree, a Class 4 felony, and aggravated assault, a Class 6 felony. I'm appointing Mr. Starkey an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings, the first on May 27th at 8:30, and the next one on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in Mr. Starkey's case in the amount of $2,500. All right, if anything changes after I talk to Mr. Castillo, Mr. Shire, or Mr. Starkey, I will update my written orders in their cases. With that, we are going to stand adjourned for the 8 a.m. calendar, and we will resume at 11 a.m. And we are now.
All right, you guys know what that means, right? It's time to go over to Imperfect Timing because Pima County is should be starting right now. So hopefully they're on time right now. Damn, James, you just stay on these courts. Okay, cool. And they haven't started yet, so we haven't missed out on anything quite yet. Let me make this a little bit bigger so everybody can see. All right, we got this ready. Let me turn on all that. Let me okay. All right, cool. So we're waiting right now. We're gonna be starting up Pima now. You know, normally it's Maricopa, Pima, and then in 2 hours we're gonna be heading on over down to California. We're gonna be doing our monthly in-bank hearings, and those will be taking place today and tomorrow. Starts at 11 o'clock California time, or LA time, if you will. And so if this one, hopefully, I'm hoping it doesn't go on overtime, because if it goes on overtime, we're going to have to jump out at about 10:55, 5 minutes before 11. And then just get ready, because it's going to probably be a wild roller coaster, if you will. Let me see, Tita. Let me see, toilet flush. Let me see, we need a toilet emoji. Can we have a toilet? Hey, I will. You know what? I had one. I don't know how come I didn't put it back, but I'll make it. I'll put it back again. Yup. The in-bank hearings. All right. So, James, what are we doing here? We're just waiting for the new one to start up. Hey, thank you for that heart me. Highly appreciate that, Carson. Damn, James, you're not right. That's right. That's why they call me Lefty. Let me see. It's the day after a long weekend for Canada. Let me see. What up, buddy? What up, Smoggy Lantern? How's it going? What up, Boston guy? How's it going? And for everybody, hey, everybody that's here right now, I want to go ahead and give you guys a warm collect call, welcome, if you will. Hopefully, you guys are getting some value out of these court appearances. And remember, don't do the crime if you can't do the time, because I can't do the time. That's why I don't be committing crimes. Plus, I wouldn't want to end up on social media like this, man. It just these times are definitely wild. You know, you commit a crime and you end up on social media. You end up on YT. You end up on TT. You end up on IG. You end up on FB. You end up on all the social media platforms. Times for rugs, DVs, and robberies, says Cheryl. That's right. James is that a goat or a cat? Hey, what's up, Mr. Wright 817? Buenos dias. Let me see. These court appearances remind me of what I don't want to put up with anymore. Hell nah, it's not fun. Thank you, James. Hey, you're welcome. You are definitely welcome. I could tell you this much. I definitely don't miss that. You know, I've been out of the system for over 24 years at this point, and man, hey, I don't miss it. You gotta have a lot of patience to go through these things, because it's just a whole lot of waiting. Your whole day is just consists of waiting here, waiting there, waiting in this module, waiting in that module, in this cage, that cage, and then they handcuff you with some people that you wouldn't want to be caught DEAD around, if you will, and their feet stink. Yeah. Don't even get me started on the court tanks. The smells that should never be mixed together. Let me see. I'm so glad I've never been. Hey, Sue, you're not missing out on anything. I'm gonna tell you that much. But you know what? Hey, yeehaw! You know, for some of us, it takes years to figure it out, and then you're able to snap. And some people they never snap out of it. So it's their life on a daily basis. Let me see. And it's all about money and losing time of your life. Hell nah, I've been done. Let me see. Hurry up and wait is definitely overrated. The amount of time you have to wait for court for a few minutes isn't worth it. Yeah, never been, but both biological parents have, and so has my siblings. Yeah, it's a waiting game. Yeah, if you're not a patient person, I would highly recommend don't get yourself involved in the system, because it's gonna be a whole lot of waiting. And then they wake you up at some strange ass hours. So like, let's say you got court tomorrow, they're gonna wake you up to go to court at about 4 a.m. and you probably won't go into court until 1 p.m. And that's if you have court, because sometimes what will happen is they'll take you on a dry run. You don't even have court, and they'll take you to court. And guess what? You just wasted your whole day in the court tanks. For what? So they could, make some money of transporting you between the jail and in court. Let me see, 3-hour wait, 2 minutes in court. I'm fuming. Let me see, I raised my grandson at 8 months because dad went to jail. Yeah, and then you have situations like that where parents, family members, siblings have to raise children that are left behind due to crime. Let me say, I did 6 months in jail, and that was enough to make me get sober and stop messing around. Yeah, that's right. Congratulations, Dan. That's what's up. Let me see. It's hurry up and wait in there and be like that. All right. So that's what we're doing here. We're doing a bunch of waiting. I was trying to get into Polk County, but they denied me access for some odd reason. Hopefully they're not onto me. But you know what? While we wait for that, let me check if we got any other courts. We might have something going on in let me see, Orange County, Florida. Let me check where my links are at. I've been trying to organize my links to make it a little bit more accessible so I could find them easier, and I'm able to click on them at a faster rate. Let me check if they got anything going on yet. Orange County, nothing going on. Yeah, they haven't started court yet. Oh, so I guess we have to wait for PIMA to start. And so how's everybody doing today? Hopefully you guys are doing great today. Kelsey, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate it. And if you haven't done so, if you do like watching these type of streams, I would really appreciate it if you hit that follow button. It's free 99, doesn't cost you anything. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Just hit that follow button. I don't ask for gifts. Gifts are not required around here. They are appreciated but not required. So I don't get down like that. All right.
And I've also reviewed information from pretrial services, which lets me know about your prior criminal history, if any, as well as the information you were able to provide regarding your ties to the community and any references.
Me han revisado el informe de la Agencia de Servicios Procesales, que me informa de las circunstancias del caso, sus datos personales, sus lazos de la comunidad, etc.
They also complete assessments and recommendations.
Y también hacen la evaluación y recomendación de ellas.
Would the state like to be heard further regarding its recommendations?
No, Judge. Defensa, ¿quisiera comentarme algo más sobre las circunstancias?
No, Judge.
Dice que no.
And defense?
¿Y la defensa?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your
James,
Honor.
I can see.
We would ask that he be released to pretrial services, or in the alternative, that a bond lower than $7,500 be issued in this case.
This is
Señora, pues lo que
everybody.
pedimos nosotros es que sea excarcelado bajo la supervisión de la Agencia de los Servicios previos al juicio, o en la alternativa que se reduzca la fianza a una cantidad más alcanzable.
He's been a resident in the community for 35 years. He has a residence in town and can stay there, and he is full-time employed.
El señor ha radicado aquí en la ciudad por 35 años, tiene su propia vivienda aquí y trabaja de tiempo completo.
We would ask that the court also consider the nonviolent nature of this particular charge.
También pedimos que considere usted la índole no violenta de este cargo en particular.
And we would ask that the court consider that while he does have one prior, that prior was criminal damage, similar type DUI, and his probation was looks like successfully completed there from our information.
Y también decimos que aunque sí tiene una condena previa por haber impuesto daños a propiedad ajena por cargos similares a estos, parece ser que sí cumplió bien y hábilmente con las condiciones que le pusieron en aquel caso.
Sí. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora.
I'm going to order a bond of $3,000 cash or secured. If you're able to post that, you'll be released to pretrial services.
Sí le voy a poner una fianza de $3,000, señor. Si logra depositar la fianza, pasará usted a la supervisión provisional de la Agencia de Servicios Provisionales Pretrial Services.
You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess firearms or weapons.
También se someterá usted a cualquier nivel de monitoreo o tratamiento que le recomienden ellos. No podrá tener o poseer licor, drogas ilícitas, ni armas de fuego.
And you may not drive unless you've been issued a valid driver's license.
Tampoco podrá conducir sin tener licencia para conducir vigente.
Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 1:30.
La próxima comparecencia en su caso será una audiencia preliminar el día 30 de mayo a la 1:30 por la tarde.
If you fail to appear for future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Si no se presenta para audiencias en el futuro, se ordena su detención, señor. ¿Entiende lo que le digo?
Sí.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're excused for today.
Gracias, es todo. Puede retirar mis favores.
Usted tiene la información de decisión de juez y la información para llamar para su
Sí, y entonces la otra corte va a ser a las 1:30, ahorita de noche.
Sí.
Ok, y eso me lo tengo que pagar.
Palm Beach, Florida? I don't know.
Pero ¿dónde
Let me look it up.
pago?
Puedes hacerlo directamente con también puedes ir con otras condiciones si los
Entonces esto es lo que tengo que pagar.
Sí.
Ok, ¿dónde lo voy a pagar?
Puedes hacerlo aquí, pero también puedes hacerlo entre bondsmen y hacer audiencia.
Ok. ¿Y dónde puedo la dirección para el bond? ¿Dónde está?
Aquí tiene un número de llamar, pero no tengo más información de eso. No sé. Sorry. Señor, bueno, por favor.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Buenos días, deme su nombre, por favor.
Cynthia Tapia.
Cynthia Tapia.
Ms. Tapia, this is the time for your initial appearance.
What do you
You're
guys
here
think
on misdemeanor
Tapia did?
charges of disorderly conduct, criminal damage, assault, and endangerment, which are all domestic violence offenses.
Agua.
Señora Tapia se encuentra aquí detenida con cargos de violencia doméstica, de delitos menores, de agresión con agravantes, de alteración del orden público y otra acusación que resultan de violencia doméstica.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Tiene usted el derecho de guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá y será usada en contra suya.
You
Thank you,
have
Nicole.
the right to be. Sorry, you have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf.
Tiene usted el derecho de contratar su propio licenciado o licenciada y en ciertas circunstancias se le puede asignar un abogado o abogada de oficio.
And this morning, we're going to talk about your conditions of release.
Esta mañana también vamos a hablar de las condiciones de libertad provisional.
If I were to order that, oh, actually, sorry, I've just also noticed that there is an immigration hold for you.
That she's done.
Le iba a comentar algo más, pero acabo de notar que existe una orden vigente por su detención del Departamento de Inmigración y Administración de Aduanas, ICE.
And that means that if I were to order you to be released, you would not be released into the community, but you would be released into ICE custody.
Lo que significa eso, si ordenara que se le excarcelara, no saldría a la comunidad, sino a las manos de las autoridades de inmigración.
And so, for that reason, I would be inclined to order that you be held on a small bond so that you can address this matter.
Por esa razón, me veo inclinada a imponerle una fianza de cantidad razonable para que usted trate de resolver la cuestión que tenga pendiente con migración.
Since if you were
Domestic
in
violence.
the custody of ICE, you would likely not be able to address this matter.
Y en vista de eso, si usted pasara a manos de inmigración, sería improbable que pudiera usted atender y resolver este caso pendiente.
And a warrant would end up issuing for your arrest.
Lo que resultaría sería la emisión de una orden de detención en contra suya por falta de comparecencia.
Hey, what up, Matthew? Hey, what up, Toxica?
So I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $250, cash or secured.
Entonces, lo que voy a hacer es ordenar que si usted ha tenido pendiente fianza de $250, ya sea en dinero efectivo o garantizado por propiedad.
If you were able to resolve your immigration hold so that you could post bond and be released, the additional orders would be no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence.
Did she say DV?
Ahora, si usted lograra depositar fianza y la cuestión que tiene pendiente con migración para poder ser liberada a la comunidad, las condiciones adicionales de libertad incluirían nada de licor, nada de droga, nada de actos adicionales de violencia doméstica.
No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location, except that you may return one time with a police escort to obtain your belongings.
Ahora, nada de contacto con la víctima que se alega, nada de regresar al sitio del incidente, excepto acompañada por una escolta de policía para recoger sus prendas personales una vez.
And establish an alternate address.
Y tendría que establecer vivienda alternativa, no donde estaba viviendo antes.
Your next court date in this matter will be on May 30th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing.
La próxima audiencia en su causa se pacta para el día 30 de mayo a la 1:30. Eso sería una audiencia preliminar.
Oh, sorry, that's incorrect. It's in here as a felony, but it's really a misdemeanor.
Me equivoco porque se detalla como delito grave, pero realmente es delito menor. Espere.
So your court date will actually be tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Entonces, de hecho, la audiencia siguiente será el día de mañana a la 1 de la tarde.
And I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you, and that's going to be Jill Gukin.
Voy a asignarle un abogado de oficio para que la represente. Ella se llama Jill Gukin.
If you were to be released and then fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Ahora, si lograra salir usted de la custodia y no se presentara a las audiencias que siguen, se ordenaría su detención. ¿Entiende?
Sí.
Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you. You're excused for today, and sorry for cutting you off.
Puede retirarse por hoy, es todo. Perdóneme la interrupción mía, dice la juez.
Oh, está bien. No
It's fine.
¿Cuánto de fianza iba a tener?
Sorry,
You
Your
ain't
Honor,
going nowhere. It don't matter how much your bond is.
950.
250. Oh, okay.
Never mind, Your Honor.
She's just
Thank you.
confirming the bond, $650.
Thank you.
Ahí de lado. Give me this. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, what up, Whiskey? How's it going?
Please state your name.
Diga su nombre, por favor.
Miguel Valle Delgado.
Fidel Valle Delgado.
What up, hot mess?
Mr. Valle Delgado, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Señor Valle Delgado, esta mañana es la audiencia de comparecencia inicial bajo cargos de tenencia de droga narcótica para la venta y tenencia de parafernales de droga.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Usted tiene el derecho de guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá y será usada en contra suya.
You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the public defender to represent you.
Tiene usted derecho a ser representado por abogado. Voy a asignar al abogado y oficio del condado Pima para que lo defienda.
You also have counsel seated with you for today's hearing, where we will discuss your conditions of release.
También tiene a su lado esta mañana a un abogado y oficio. Vamos a hablar de las condiciones de libertad provisional.
I've reviewed the state's request. They're asking that you be held without bond.
He revisado la recomendación de la Fiscalía. Ellos recomiendan que siga usted detenido sin fianza.
Under the Arizona Constitution, when you are on release, pretrial release for a felony, and you are accused of a new felony offense, you are not eligible for bail. So if the state makes this request, I have to honor it and then set a hearing within about a week for them to prove the additional elements required to hold someone without bond.
Ahora, bajo las leyes del estado de Arizona, la Constitución, se dice que cuando una persona está siendo supervisado provisionalmente por la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio por cargos pendientes y comete un cargo adicional de delito mayor, se le niega la fianza en el caso nuevo. Y es lo que recomienda la Fiscalía. Y bajo la ley
what's
se
up, Red Ninja? How you
recomienda
been?
ellos, tengo que honrar esa petición y pactar una audiencia dentro de una semana para que ellos respondan con los datos necesarios para justificar que sea usted detenido sin fianza.
What's up, Christian?
I do see that you were on pretrial release as of February 21st, 2025, and this offense is alleged to have occurred this month.
Ahora veo que estaba siendo usted supervisado por la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services, desde el 21 de febrero de 2025, y esta ofensa ocurrió recientemente este mes.
So I will order that today you're
That's
held
right.
without bond, and I will set your case for a hearing for a judge to make the further determinations on May 27th at 2:30.
Entonces, lo que voy a hacer es ordenar que sea usted detenido sin fianza y pacto la siguiente audiencia para que otro juez decida cuáles condiciones son las que se militan en su caso nuevo, y eso será el día 27 de mayo a las 2:30 por la tarde.
I'm also.
Wait.
Who's saying wait?
Me,
That was off camera, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
I'm also going to set your case for a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 1:30.
También le pacto otra audiencia, una audiencia preliminar para el día 30 de mayo a la 1:30 por la tarde.
If you are released and then fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand?
Ahora, si lograra salir, señor, y no se presentara a las audiencias que le corresponden, se emitiría orden por su arresto. ¿Entiende eso? ¿Lo entiende, señor?
Sí.
Yes. He responded in the affirmative, Your Honor.
I'll be right back.
Gracias.
Decisión del 27 de 17. 27. Lo dijeron el 17 ahí, ¿no? Ahí dijo el 17 y después 30 de mayo. Después vas a tener otra en el 30 de mayo, pero en el 27. ¿27 o 17? 27. Entendía ella que era el 17. No. No, ya el 17 pasó. Hoy día es el 20. Ya. No puede ser. Ok. Y que tengo mucho animales en la casa. Tengo mucho chiqui, tengo caballo, tengo perro, embarca el perro. Y el único que me atiende es el perro. Y yo soy cubano, pero tengo papel y todo. Si tienes a alguien que puedes llamar.
Para cuidar a los animales. Para cuidar a los animales. Dice el abogado que buscar a alguien que le atienda a los animales mientras está detenido.
Ya tengo muchas personas. Tengo caballo, tengo chiqui, tengo perro, tengo...
Between counsel and the defendant says that he's concerned about the animals that he has at his home, but no one to look after them. He has livestock there, horses, goats, dogs, and no one to look after.
I'm not able to do anything about that today, sir. I wish you and your livestock the best of luck moving forward.
La respuesta de la juez, señor, ella no puede hacer nada. El beneficio suyo y las bestias que tenga en casa, lamentablemente, le desea lo mejor a usted y a sus bestias.
Okay.
Okay.
And sorry, Your Honor, is everything fine with Mr. Valle Delgado?
Yes, we're finished. He can excuse.
Ya puede retirarse, señor. Gracias.
Sí. Y eso es información para usted. Eso es su gracias. Gracias, señor. Mr. Wade. The Arabic interpreter matters next, Your Honor. Okay. Vamos a bajar ahí en la esquina. Sí.
Did I miss anything?
Okay. And this is, I believe, the matter that requires the Arabic interpreter. So,
yes, Your Honor, right here.
Thank you. Please state your name, sir.
Thank you.
اسمك لو سمحت.
Basim John Sholwit.
جاسم شولويت.
He has nobody to care for his livestock. I hate when that happens.
Good morning, Mr. Witt. This is the time for your initial appearance on a couple of different matters.
صباح الخير. ده الوقت المحدد لاستدعائك لاعترافك او مش اعترافك للتوصية او ان انا اقول لك ايه التهم الموجهة لك وفي اول ظهور لك امامي.
You have new charges of possession of a narcotic drug and possession of drug paraphernalia, which are felony offenses.
لك عندك تهم ان انت تمتلك مخدرات وكل ما له علاقة بالمخدرات وده يعتبر اجرام تهمة فيها نوع من الاجرام. Yes, Your Honor.
You have misdemeanor charges of shoplifting and failure to appear.
لك في له تهمة جنحة ان انت سرقت من متجر وأيضا هناك تهمة أن تم أصدر قرار باستدعائك للمحكمة وأنت لم تطاوع هذا القرار.
Those are out of Pima County Justice Court, and then you also have a number of charges from Tucson City Court.
وهناك عدد من التهم في سيتي كورت وهذه التهم موجودة ما زالت هناك. Yes, Your Honor.
Those include 2 counts. Nope, sorry. That's 1 count of criminal trespass, 1 count of assault, 1 count of threats and intimidation.
التهم دي لها علاقة بالاعتداء على ممتلكات الآخرين والاعتداء على اعتداء. Yes, Your Honor.
As well as possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal damage to property, and disorderly conduct.
وامتلاك مخدرات وتسبب في خسارة وكمان كان هناك سلوك غير منضبط من قبلك تجاه الآخرين. Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
لك الحق في انك تصمت واي شيء ممكن تقوله ممكن ان هو يكون ضدك. Yes,
I will enter a plea of not guilty for you on the new Tucson City Court charges.
هقول ان انت غير مذنب في التهم التي كانت ضدك اللي ليها علاقة بسيتي كورت.
You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I will order appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office on the new felony charges and the City of Tucson Public Defender on the Tucson charges.
أنا لك الحق في إن يكون عندك محامي وأنا ممكن أعين لك محامي وهذا المحامي سيمثلك في كل ما تم تهم الموجهة لك من قبل المحاكم الأخرى.
I thought I heard Krabby Patties.
And I will order appointing John Illis to represent you in Pima County Justice Court.
وأحكم بأن جون إليس اللي هو المحامي يمثلك في التهم الموجهة لك من Justice Court.
We're going to talk about your conditions of release.
أتكلم الآن على شروط إطلاق سراحة.
Did you have recommendations for this one? Okay.
For this one, what's that supposed to mean?
State turned them in. Were they not received?
I don't have the one for this case.
What do you
so
mean?
Can you just state your recommendation on the record for this case?
Your Honor, given that we're looking at several different instances of possession, the state's going to be recommending a $4,000 bond released to pretrial.
Thank you.
الولاية تقول إن هناك تهم متعددة كثيرة لها علاقة بحيازة مخدرات، إن أنت تمتلك مخدرات، فبالتالي تقرر الولاية إن يكون لابد إنك تدفع $400 علشان يبقى الصراحة.
We're going to be here all day.
Thank you. Defense.
Where's everybody watching from?
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, on this case, we don't have that much information. I wasn't able to receive any from pretrial services in advance.
في الحقيقة أنا المحامي وليس لدي معلومات كافية من قسم الخدمات ما قبل المحاكمة بشأن هذه القضية.
Washington State.
However, I do think, given that we're dealing with drug possession charges, even though it's a few different instances of it, at least from the interim complaint that I saw, it was an amount that was consistent with personal use.
أعتقد أن بالرغم أن هناك كذا تهمة لها علاقة بحيازة مخدرات، أجد أنه من ما كان ما هو موجود الآن أمامي أن ما كانش أنت لن تكن تتناولها شخصيا.
Man, I feel like drinking right about now.
We would therefore ask that if you do impose a bond in this case, that it be less than the state's requested bond. I don't know very much about Mr. White's financial situation.
أطلب من المحكمة إذا كانت تقرر كفالة، أتمنى أنها تكون كفالة أقل من الكفالة اللي تطلبها الولاية، لأني في الحقيقة لا أعرف موقفك المالي ولا أعرف إذا كنت تستطيع أن تدفع الكفالة التي تقررها الولاية.
However, given that it is personal possession in my view, we would ask that the court consider that in imposing a bond on these cases.
ولكن أنا علشان شايف إنها كنت أنت تمتلك شخصيا هذه المواد المخدرة، فبالتالي لابد أن يكون هناك نوع من الكفالة تدفعها.
She's making my eye twitch.
Thank you. Based on the failure to appear history, I am going to order a bond of $250 cash or secured in the felony matters, pretrial services, if bond is posted.
لكن أنا أحكم بناء على أن أنت لم تظهر في المواعيد المحددة للجلسات السابقة، أقرر كفالة $250، وده لأن ما يعتبر التهم الموجهة ضدك تعتبر إجرامية.
Additional conditions of release are to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons.
وبناء على ما يقرره قسم ما قبل المحاكمة، أيضا أحكم أن أنت لا تمتلك أي أسلحة نارية أو أسلحة عنيفة ولا تتناول المخدرات.
And your next court date in this matter will be scheduled for a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 1:30.
والجلسة القادمة للنظر وهي جلسة مبدئية أولية تقرر تاريخ شهر مايو، شهر أيار 30. What time, Your Honor?
1:30 p.m.
الساعة 1:30.
And then we'll move on.
Your Honor, just in case he doesn't understand the month in the Arabic terminology, because it has different terms in different dialects, so I'll just mention the name of the month in a different way. شهر 5 30 في الشهر الساعة 1:30. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then turning over to the Pima County Justice Court matter.
I don't think so, Nikki.
Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry, go.
Please go ahead.
بالنسبة للتهم موجهة من Justice Court هتتكلم الآن القاضية. Yes,
I am going to order a bond of $50 cash or secured.
أأمر بكفالة $50 سواء تدفعها بشكل نقدي أو بطريقة أخرى.
It's making me sleepy.
The additional conditions of release are to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact with the alleged victim, and do not return to the incident location.
My eyes are getting heavy.
وأيضا من شروط إطلاق سراحك لا تتناول المخدرات، لا يكون في حوزتك أي أسلحة، لا تقترب من الضحية في هذه الحالة.
Makes me want to call my brush.
And your next court date for the Pima County Justice Court case is going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. with Judge Foreman.
11 a.m.
وظهورك المرة بالنسبة للتهم الموجهة لك في Justice Court يكون غدا. Sorry, Your Honor, at what time? 1
p.m.
الساعة 1 غدا. الساعة 1 غدا لابد أنك تظهر في جلسة في Justice Court. Yes, Your Honor.
I think she said something about your whiskey.
So will I be out of custody? Will I be out of jail, or can I now leave and go home?
So
you ain't going nowhere.
Some bonds on your cases, so you'll only be released if you are able to post the bonds.
لأن هناك كفالة ففي الحالة دي لابد إنك تدفع الكفالة حتى يطلق سراحك.
أنا ما أقدر أدفع الكفالة، أنا مش شغال، أنا ما شغال خالص، لي أكثر من 3 سنين مش شغال، وما في حد بيدفع أدفع الكفالة من فين؟
I can't pay the bond, Your Honor. It has been like 3 years. I haven't been working, and I don't even have anyone to ask to pay the bond for me. This is something beyond. I mean, indigent. This is something beyond my capacity.
All right, your attorney in each case will be able to file a motion to modify the conditions at your request for your next court dates. Okay?
المحامي في هذه الحالة ممكن يقوم بطلب تعديل وتغيير لكل ظهورك في الجلسات القادمة.
So I have one more set of cases to address, and that's the Tucson City Court cases.
عندي أيضا تهم أخرى موجهة إليك من قبل City Court.
And to handle all of those different charges, order a bond of $200 cash or secured.
حتى نكون نستطيع ان احنا او استطيع ان انا اتكلم على كل التهم الموجهه ليك من سيتي كورت، لابد احكم بدفع كفاله $200 خاصه بهذه التهم الموجهه ليك من سيتي كورت.
The additional conditions are not to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and to have no contact with the alleged victims. Do not return to the incident location.
لابد ان انت تمتنع عن اخذ مخدرات، تناول الكحول، لا علاقة لك بالضحية، ولا تقترب من مكان اقامتها.
If you remain in custody, your next court date on the Tucson City Court cases is going to be May 30th at 1:45 p.m.
انت لابد ان انت تستمر في الحجز والحجز وظهورك مرة قادمة في سيتي كورت سيكون لابد هناك جلسة لابد من حضورها في شهر 5 مايو، في شهر 5 30 في الشهر الساعة 1. Your Honor 1:45?
Yeah.
الساعة 1:45 يعني الساعة 2:15.
And if you were released before then they would vacate that date and you would instead go to Tucson City Court on June 18th at 2 p.m.
لو حصل ان اطلق سراحك سيتغير هذا الميعاد، التاريخ الذي ذكرناه، ويحدد تاريخ آخر شهر 6 يوم 18 شهر 6 الساعة 2 p.m.
Yes.
الساعة 2 شهر 6 يوم 18 إذا حدث وتغير التاريخ.
If you fail to appear for any of your court dates after being released, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Age 20 years.
إذا لم تظهر في هذه الجلسات سيصدر أمر في القبض عليك.
The hearings can also go forward in your absence. That includes trial.
وممكن الجلسات دي تستمر ولن تتوقف حتى لو أنت لم تظهر، وممكن تؤدي إلى محاكمة.
And if you were convicted and then failed to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
ولو أنت تم اتهامك وأطلق حكم ضدك لن يكون لك أي حق في الاستئناف. هل أنت تفهم هذا الكلام؟ فهم هذا الكلام ولا أعيده؟ Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused.
Hallelujah.
اتفضل، هذا كل ما عندي اليوم لك.
Sorry, could the interpreter just communicate to Mr. White that the paper I just handed him has the information on his different bonds, attorneys, and court dates?
I thought we were done.
الورقة الذي قدمه لك المحامي اللي فيه معلومات لها علاقة بالكفالة وكل ما قيل، وإلى جانب التاريخ الخاص بكل الجلسات القادمة.
I celebrated too early. They say don't cut your eggs before they hatch.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The interpreter is excused.
Woo!
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, thank you guys for hanging in there. I'm surprised everybody didn't leave. You guys are some
Good
real
morning.
ones.
Please state your name.
You really have some patience.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jacob James Farrell.
Mr. Farrell, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of misdemeanor assault. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf.
I think I'm going delusional
We're going to talk about
now.
your conditions of release this morning, and
I might be cracking like an egg.
You are being held on another felony matter that is not before me this morning. I would be inclined to hold you on this case as well, and then you could be seen to start your case moving tomorrow at 1 p.m. So I will order a $50 bond. That'll be cash or secured. And The additional orders, if you were to be released, are no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim,
He does
and
look young.
do not go to the victim's residence or workplace. And so I will order appointing an attorney to represent you. Her name is Jill Gukin, and her phone number will be on the paperwork you receive after court. Your next court date in this matter will be tomorrow at 1 p.m. If you happen to be released before then, it will be your responsibility to appear, and if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Hey, I wonder how old Black Fool was. Anyhow, hey, so we have California coming up in about an hour and 18 minutes. You know what? I should probably start looking up who's on the roster for California. Let me see what I can find today. Let me see the agenda for today. Do a little bit of research to know who's popping up today. Let's see here. Let's see.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Stetson J. Wan.
Mr. Wan, this is the time for your initial appearance. Looks like you are here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia and criminal trespass, which were in warrant status. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am going to appoint Peter Gutierrez to represent you. And we're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning. Based on the failures to appear, I am going to order a bond of $100, cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, the additional orders are no alcohol or illegal drugs and do not return to the incident location of the criminal trespass. Your next court date will be tomorrow at 1 p.m. before Judge Foreman. And if you were to be released and then fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
$100.
Please state your name.
Humberto Carlos Monge.
Mr. Monge, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of misdemeanor assault.
Damn, this fool has a
my
mop head.
understanding that you're also being held on charges that are not before me today, that are felony charges and also misdemeanor charges out of Pima County Justice Court. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing Jill Gukin to represent you. Her phone number will be on the paperwork you receive. I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $100, cash or secured. If you are able to post bond and be released, the additional conditions of release are no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim, do not go to their residence or workplace. And your next court date is going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. with Judge Foreman. If you were to be released and then fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
So 1 p.m. tomorrow? Yes.
Bedhead writes diamond. Team party gone wrong. Quite possibly. Hey, what is this? Like the fourth case? And we're like, and they started late today. They didn't start until 9:07.
You're right. Huh?
Good morning. Please state your name.
Aaron Granados Pena.
Mr. Pena, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a fugitive warrant issued out of Kern County, California. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
He's dangerous.
You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Legal Defender's Office to represent you. I'm going to set your case for a hearing on the fugitive warrant. That's going to be on May 27th at 2:30 in the afternoon. And for today, I am going to affirm the bond that was ordered out of Kern County, which is $640,000. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you were to post bond and be released, then you would be required to appear at that fugitive warrant hearing. If you failed to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest.
Wow.
And the additional orders are no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location.
Okay.
You're excused for today.
Can I ask a question? Like, for the, if it's Kern County over there, like, when will they come pick me up, or how does that work?
Oh, they're gonna come get you.
Oh,
they're going to do they set
make money.
Fugitive warrant extradition when they take you back.
Okay.
After that.
Okay, so can they just like show up, or I'll figure that out here, or can they still just come pick me up, or?
Well, your lawyer will have more information about that. The legal defender will be the person who's kind of representing you on the
Okay. All right. So then just here's where I'll get the information for all that.
Yeah.
Thank you. What's up? Good day.
I miss what he did. I can't even focus anymore. That other one, that translator case from Arabic, man, it messed me up. My attention span went down to 0, and I'm pretty good at this. Next, let me see. Let me focus. I might need some coffee, and I don't even drink coffee.
We're not going to feed them.
Did you see the fugitive got caught sleeping on the beach in New Orleans? Nah, I didn't.
Oh,
You're talking about the one of the 11 dudes that
Castillo is 6.
one of the 10 dudes that took off.
8. So I can give you his file. All right, please state your name.
Ezekiel Castillo.
Mr. Castillo, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on a warrant out of Cochise County. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Let's see. We are going to talk about your conditions of release this morning.
They went back home. What a bunch of dummies, tontos. How dare they do that? I would have been gone. Go back home. That's the first place they're gonna look. Shh. You see, you can't be. Why even escape if you don't even have a plan? You don't even know what you're gonna do.
And I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $5,000, cash or secured. And if you, sorry, do I have the right thing?
Might as well just stay in jail for that.
Hearing. Sorry. So you've already been held on a bond, and we're just checking to see if you're still being held here on another matter or if you had been released to Cochise County. And so what I'm going to do is set another review hearing in 30 days to see if you're still being held here or if you have been released to Cochise County. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Yeah, the app closed for some odd reason, so I had to open it back up. It's not that I paused it, but yeah. Anyone lagging? Nah, it wasn't lagging. I was just this thing be tripping sometimes. I don't know why.
Please state your name.
Christian Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, it looks like you were here this morning for a review hearing to determine if you were still being held on local matters or if you had been released to Maricopa County. It looks like you are still being held here on local matters, so I am going to just set another review hearing in 30 days to see if that's still the case or if you have been released. So that'll be on June 20th at 9 a.m.
Do we have another one?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Do you guys see the resemblance there? That's 2 days in a row right there. Another one like yesterday, yup. How many there? How many are there of you? One too many. Hey, what's up? Ha, ha, ha. It's Neva Gamix. Like them little dancing cats, if you will. They clone me.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Lacey Julie Wadsworth.
Thank you for that daily heart.
Ms. Wadsworth, you're here this morning for a review hearing to determine if you were still being held in Pima County on local matters or if you had been released to Nogales. It looks like you are still being held here. So what I am going to do is set another review hearing on June 20th for the same purpose to see whether you are still dealing with local matters here in Pima County or if you have been released to Nogales Justice Court. Do you understand?
Well, I understand, but I thought I had already a date for June 11th for a review hearing for this matter.
On the Nogales?
Nogales. Yes. Because I have sentencing on the 4th of June, and then I have a review hearing for June 11th for the Nogales matter.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, it looks like that is correct. When did you say your sentencing hearing was?
June 4th.
June 4th. Okay, so I can change this to stay June 11th.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're excused.
Thank you.
That was weird.
That was weird, Your Honor.
Because it did say June 11th on her paperwork in the file.
What did she? I didn't even hear what she's. I didn't even hear what she. Did they say? I don't even think they said what she did, but I could be wrong. But she is going to be going to prison. And for those of you that are interested, California is going to start in 1 hour and 6 minutes. Hopefully I get something to eat before then, because I am starving. I need some chocolate. I need some chocolate, if you will. Eggs and bacon. I can't even afford bacon. I could barely afford the eggs. That would be I would have to choose in between the bacon or the eggs. I can't have both. One or the other. I love bacon though. Bacon's so good. I didn't hear either. Yeah, I don't think she mentioned what she was there. I did catch that part where she said that she's going to be sentenced, I think on June June 4th? Just to get I would, but then I can't do that. I can't unalive a thing, one of those things. I wouldn't know what to do with it. Oh, I don't know. I just couldn't do it. I just had a mental vision of getting a thing to cut and just letting the swine have it, if you will. I couldn't do it. And then digging into it and yeah, I can't make breakfast. I gotta pick it up from the store. I ain't no cowboy. I'm a city boy. Breakfast burrito, yummy fresh bacon.
I didn't think about pulling yours out.
My favorite chocolate bueno. I'm late. What's up, Brittany? Better late than never. You're gonna get a failure to appear. FTA getting sentenced on my beat day. Hey, what's up, Hollywood? 762. I wonder if Canada is available for streaming. Nah.
Ilona, Martinez, Rodriguez, Guzman, Hogan. Those are Molly.
The hell?
Yes, ma'am.
He definitely said it with his chest. Nah, I want a bacon egg burrito.
Good morning. See your name.
Tanya Chabot.
Ms. Chabot, this is the time for your initial appearance. I have a couple of different matters here for you. I have charges of drug paraphernalia and failure to appear out of Marana City Court, and then in which a warrant was issued for $350. And I also have charges out of Oro Valley for possession of drug paraphernalia and shoplifting. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. On the Marana City Court case, I'm going to order a bond of $50 cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, you'd be released, and the additional condition of release would be to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. And you'll be seen on that case tomorrow at noon for a case management conference. If you were to remain in custody, the jail would make you available for that hearing. If you were to post bond, it would be your responsibility to appear. And I am going to appoint Janet Altschuler to represent you. And then on the Oro Valley charges.
Barely. Teresa's barely alive. There's a lot of commotion back there right now.
Your Honor, I believe Oro Valley has been seen on a summons. Being held on a summons, I'm sorry. Let's see Oro Valley.
Okay, so does that mean I shouldn't be addressing them this morning? Okay. Does that sound correct to you, Clerk? Okay, then I will not address the Oro Valley cases today.
You know, I don't know. Yeah, for some reason, all the bills been kind of low today.
Then do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
At your excuse.
Thank you.
Here, Laguna. Let's Laguna this side. This side.
I wouldn't mind eating a torta right about now. Man, that does sound good. A torta with beans and oh man, with aguacate. Jesus. That's what I'm talking about.
Please state your name.
Sierra Laguna.
Laguna, this is the time for your initial appearance after being arrested on a number of different matters.
The different matters?
Those include charges out of Pima County Justice Court for shoplifting and failing to appear for court, and a separate shoplifting charge out of Pima County Justice Court, and then a shoplifting charge out of Marana City Court.
Man,
that
I'm
was
hungry.
failure to appear, and a warrant had issued for your arrest. And then there are a number of charges out of Tucson City Court, which include shoplifting and possession of drug paraphernalia that were in failure to appear status, and a warrant had issued. And then I think new charges of criminal trespass, theft, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You are presumed to be innocent on the new charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain
Right, looks like we have everyone ready. Mr. Campbell, are you our Spanish interpreter today?
I can't take this no more, guys.
Your
We're
Honor.
going to swap over to
All right,
Polk
thank
County.
you. Have you been sworn in today?
We're
No, Your
swapping
Honor.
over to Polk County, all
I
right?
think you can swear.
Here we go.
Okay, I can only translate from Spanish to English and English to Spanish.
I do.
Thank you so
We're
much.
this is going to be a lot better.
For those of you who are online, please keep your devices muted. If you unmute your device and cause any type of disturbance in my courtroom, I will eject you from the court proceedings and you will not be allowed back in.
Para cualquiera que haga un disturbio durante este proceso judicial,
What the what?
no lo haga porque en el caso que usted lo haga, le voy a votar de este proceso y no va a poder volver.
And Mr. Campbell, do you have the colloquy before you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, if everybody
Thank
can
you,
please stand to be sworn in.
Por favor, pónganse de pie todos para prestar el juramento.
Raise your right hand.
Levante la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
I do. Sí.
Jura protesta decir la verdad y toda la verdad, nada más que la verdad. Si es así, diga, lo juro.
Lo juro.
I do.
All right, thank you. You can be seated.
All
Tomen
right.
asiento.
All right, this afternoon we're conducting first appearance hearings. There's 4 purposes for each hearing. First, I'll advise you of the charges that have been brought against you by the state. Second, I'll ask you if you'd like a lawyer to represent you. If you've already retained your own attorney, please advise me. If you'd like to have your attorney present with you, we will attempt to make those arrangements for you. If you want a lawyer appointed by the court to represent you, then I will ask you some questions pertaining to your financial situation to determine if you meet the statutory criteria for appointment of the public defender's office. Please be advised there's a $50 application fee for applying for those services. Additionally, the court may require you to pay a reasonable value for those services. Third, I will determine if there is probable cause to hold you for your arrest. That means there are reasonable grounds to believe that a crime may have been committed and that you are the person who committed the crime. The fourth purpose for this hearing is to review your bond status. In some cases, the bond set for you through booking might be too high. In other cases, it might be too low. Each of you has the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. There's an assistant state attorney here in the courtroom with me listening to everything that's being said, and it is all being recorded. So please do not say anything about the facts of the case or the crime itself. The questions I will be asking you pertain to whether you want a lawyer and to review your bond. You may refuse to answer those questions. You have the right to communicate with your family, friends, and with your attorney. I ask you to keep these rights in mind, and when your name is called, please step forward.
Esta tarde llevaremos a cabo audiencias de primera comparecencia. Estas audiencias tienen cuatro propósitos. Primero, le informaré sobre los cargos presentados en su contra por la Fiscalía. En segundo lugar, le preguntaré si quiere que le represente un abogado. Si ya usted ha contratado a su propio abogado, hágamelo saber. Si desea que su abogado esté presente con usted, trataremos de hacer los arreglos. Si usted quiere que le represente un abogado asignado por un juez, entonces yo le haría ciertas preguntas respecto a su situación económica para determinar si usted cumple con los criterios reglamentarios para la asignación de la oficina del abogado de oficio. Debe saber que hay un cargo de $50 por la solicitud de estos servicios. Adicionalmente, el juez pudiese solicitar que usted pague un valor razonable por honorarios de representación. Como tercer propósito, voy a determinar si existe motivo fundado para retenerle bajo arresto. Esto significa que existen motivos fundados para creer que se ha cometido un delito y que usted es la persona que ha cometido el delito. El cuarto propósito de esta audiencia es revisar su estatus de fianza y en ciertos casos puede que la fianza que se le haya fichado pudiese ser muy alta y en otros casos pudiese ser muy baja. Cada quien tiene derecho a permanecer en silencio. Todo lo que diga puede ser usado en su contra. Un abogado de la Fiscalía está presente conmigo en el juzgado escuchando todo lo que se dice. Y además, todo está siendo grabado. Así que, por favor, no diga nada sobre los detalles de su caso o delito en sí. Las preguntas que yo le estaré haciendo son en relación a si usted quiere un abogado y para la revisión de su fianza. Usted bien puede rehusarse a responder esas preguntas. Todos tienen derecho a comunicarse con sus familiares, amistades y con su abogado. Les pido tengan presentes estos derechos y cuando se le llama su nombre, pase al frente.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I just have one case that's not an interpreter case I need to do first, and then we'll do the interpreter cases. Moses Ojeda?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on 3 counts of resisting officer without violence and 1 count of battery on person detained in a jail. Do you have an attorney for these new charges?
Yes, ma'am. I have a person.
Is it a public defender or is it a private attorney, sir? Do you know?
Do I know? Defender.
You know if somebody hired an attorney for you or if it's a public defender?
Attorney.
Public pretender.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. Then we'll go on to $10,000 on battery on person detained in jail and $5,000 for each of the resisting officer without violence charges. All right. Thank you, sir.
Man, that was on slow. Oh, damn! They got that fool with the leg irons. Damn! Hey, those leg irons, they hurt.
Garcia?
Those leg irons ain't no joke. All right, let's switch it up here. Bam, there we
All right,
go.
sir, you're here on a failure to appear capias issued by the Honorable Judge Cole.
Si usted está aquí en cuanto falta de comparecer, un arresto capias emitido por el juez Cole.
Your charges of domestic violence battery and resisting officer without violence.
Los cargos son violencia doméstica con lesiones y resistir un oficial sin violencia.
I see that you previously were appointed the public defender.
Miro que anteriormente se le asignó un abogado de oficio.
I have previously reviewed the capias. There is probable cause.
Anteriormente revisé la orden de arresto KPS y si hay motivo fundado.
At this time, you have a bond of $3,000 per count.
En este momento tiene una fianza de $3,000 para cada cargo.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
This is
Buford Carrillo
Polk County.
Gomez.
Polk County, Florida, if you will. Que salga desgraciado. All right.
Señor, usted está aquí por manejar sin licencia de conducir.
He didn't have a driver
Do you have an
license.
attorney?
¿Tiene
No.
usted un abogado?
No.
No.
Would you like one?
¿Le gustaría tener uno?
Hell yeah. Shoot it.
No, nomás quiero saber si tengo fianza o así.
No, I just want to know if I have a bond or... Excuse me, Your Honor, the interpreter was not able to hear your audio.
If you change your mind at a later time, let the judge know.
Así, si usted cambia de parecer en un momento posterior, déjalo saber al juez.
What?
I have previously reviewed the affidavit.
He didn't
I do find
translate that
probable
correctly.
cause.
Anteriormente revisé la declaración jurada escrita y sí juzgo que hay motivo fundado.
You have a bond of $500.
Su fianza es $500.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Eulalia Contreras Jacinto.
Next on the Price is
And you're here on
Wrong.
a charge of no valid driver's license.
Y usted está aquí en cuanto a un cargo de no tener licencia válida de conducir.
And failure to maintain required insurance.
Y falta de pagar el seguro que es requerido.
I mean, he's
Do you have
trying.
an attorney?
¿Tiene usted un abogado?
No,
No.
Like one?
¿Le gustaría tener uno?
no.
Sí.
Nada más quiero saber si tengo fianza para pagar.
No, I just want to know if I have a bond to pay it.
If you change your mind at a later time, let the judge know.
Si usted cambia de parecer posteriormente, solamente avise al juez.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause.
Anteriormente revisé la declaración jurada escrita y sí juzgo que hay motivo fundado.
Bond of $1,000 per count.
Hay una fianza de $1,000 por cada cargo.
Thank you.
Gracias.
¿Cuánto?
Manuel Del Toro
How much?
Montano.
$1,000 per count.
How much?
$1,000 por
Wait, you
cargo.
can speak English, so you should figure that out. Move. In the
Damn.
system.
That's she's a cold piece.
Sir,
Damn.
you're here on a charge of driving under the influence.
Usted, señor, está aquí bajo el cargo de manejar bajo los efectos.
Better defense.
¿Alguna defensa?
And driving while license suspended or revoked. Third or subsequent offense.
Tercer delito de manejar bajo los efectos y también las penas consecuentes de manejar
What in the
por
sleep on
delito
over
de manejar
is
bajo
going
los
on here?
efectos tercera vez o más.
Do you have an attorney?
¿Tiene usted un abogado?
No.
No.
That,
You like
that's
one?
what I want to know.
¿Le gustaría tener uno?
Here.
No, nomás quería saber si podía salir bajo fianza.
No, I just want to know if I can get out on bond.
All right. If you change your mind, let the judge know at your next court date.
Está bien, si usted cambia de parecer, por favor avisa a su juez en la siguiente audiencia.
She was
I have
playing
previously reviewed the
Awesome.
affidavit. I do find probable cause.
Anteriormente revisé la declaración jurada escrita y sí juzgo que hay motivo fundado.
You have a bond of $10,000 on the DUI.
Tiene una fianza de $10,000 bajo, según el manejar bajo los efectos.
$5,000 on the driving while license suspended or revoked.
$5,000 en cuanto la licencia de revocado es suspendida.
You're able to bond out. You will be placed on pretrial release.
Si usted puede depositar la fianza, usted estará bajo libertad precondenatoria.
Must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Tuesday,
Tendrá que presentarse el día después de su libertad y tendrá
Yeah.
que presentarse cada martes.
In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release,
what up, Kay?
Adicionalmente a las condiciones normales de libertad precondenatoria,
you're not to possess or consume alcohol or enter any bars or lounges.
no debería poseer ni consumir alcohol ni entrar en ninguna cantina o bar.
You will be subject to random breath tests.
y usted estará sujeto a las pruebas de aliento al azar.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Roberto Munoz.
It sucks because the translator, he's not translating correctly. So like that, how make that make
You're in
sense?
charge of maintaining the nuisance injurious to health.
Si usted está aquí, señor, en cuanto a tener alguna molestia que está en contra de la salud.
2 counts of failing to obtain a permit to comply with environmental regulations.
Y 2 cargos de no cumplir con regulaciones de ambiente.
Do you have an attorney?
¿Tiene usted algún abogado?
No.
No.
Yeah, if I want to get kicked out.
No.
No.
You can change your mind on later time. Let's do it now.
Está bien, si usted cambia de parecer posteriormente, solamente avisa al juez.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause.
Anteriormente revisé la declaración jurada y escrita y sí juzgo que hay motivo fundado.
You have a bond of $1,000 per count.
Tendrá una fianza de $1,000 para cada cargo.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Could you please do an announcement, Mr. Campbell?
¿Hay alguien más entre los detenidos que necesita un abogado de español?
All right. Thank you very much. You have a great day.
I don't like
You too, Your
that
Honor. Thank
interpreter. Yeah.
All right.
I would.
Liz, here you have court downstairs momentarily.
Yes, Your Honor. If I can take one, it's 10:15. We're good. I have a Stephen Kish, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's 3 misdemeanor charges, the way I see it.
Stephen Fish.
Stephen Fish, come on down to The Price is Wrong. Let's see.
So you're now in charge of domestic violence, simple assault, domestic violence battery, and tampering with a witness. Mr. Headley, are you representing him for the duration of the case or for today only?
Did somebody say agua?
Okay. All right. And have you had an opportunity to review the affidavit?
I have not, Your Honor. If you didn't have it, inspector had it.
Okay. I have. I did review it. I did find probable cause.
I know speaking to pretrial before, which doesn't matter today, but he spoke to a victim who wants to do a waiver. So my guy's going to go live with his mom and dad during pain sequence.
This is Florida. Man, and that guy's definitely getting attacked by the unmute button. Bam, put it on them. Take that. Take that. Gotta stick the unmute button on them. All right, so California's coming up in about 45 minutes.
Okay. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You wish to be heard?
Just based on the facts, states requesting monetary bond in addition to pretrial release conditions.
Domestic violence.
Is there lack of any history, Your Honor, and with anticipation that the victim is going to hopefully do a waiver of prosecution, could he be ROR or really low bond judgment?
Well,
no, it's
I'm not inclined to do that. The allegations are serious enough, and there appear to be injuries consistent with the allegations.
The one and only Jay La Migra is
So
here.
based upon that, what I'm going to do is your bonds are going to be $1,000 on the domestic violence simple assault, $5,000 on domestic violence battery, $5,000 on the tampering with a witness. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the other morning after your release. Report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And based upon the victim's request, I am going to allow you to have contact with the victim, but you may not be physically or verbally threatening, violent, or abusive in any manner whatsoever. Okay? All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor. Good to see you. Thank you.
All right, good to see you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Good to see Your Honor.
Okay, John. Good afternoon, John. Richard McKinley on behalf of Ryan Armland. The case number is 2025 CF 4538. I think he's in custody.
Ryan Armland, you wish to waive the reading of the charge?
Hey, this guy right here, he has leg irons on.
Wait the reading. I do have some questions about probable cause. I'd like to hear about that.
All right, Mr. Armland, do you know what you're being charged with, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And Are you representing him for the duration of the case or today only?
Yes, I made a general appearance today and I will represent him throughout.
Okay.
Your Honor. Yes.
All right. We'll go to the affidavit. And you can go with your argument.
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to the affidavit, I had a hard copy, of course. The charge of traveling under 800.03, which is the applicable statute. And if we read under sub 1, the language relates to an exposure for a vulgar or indecent manner. And that has been construed by applicable law. I have a copy of the case 1 Yetney v. State, which is a 4th DCA case, 648 Southern 2nd, 797. I previously provided a copy to the state to the portion that I think is relevant, which is highlighted on page 3 of 3, with respect to the state's burden, with respect to the
what up, Johnny?
Vulgar or indecent manner of the allegation. If we read the affidavit that is before us, there is at the second paragraph a statement that he exposed his sexual organ, but nothing that elevates anything in that to the level that would be required to show that that was vulgar or indecent, that it's related to a lascivious exhibition of private parts, which must be lewd, involving an unlawful indulgence in lust, eager for sexual indulgence. It's not there on the face of that affidavit. For those reasons, we would challenge the probable cause set forth in the affidavit.
State?
Yes, Your Honor. Looking at the jury instructions, one, defendant needs to expose or exhibit their sexual organ, which she did. 2, if it's in public or on the private premises of another, or so near the private premises of another as was seen from those private premises.
From what I'm gathering right there, he showed his skin flute, if you will. Once again, I think he showed his skin flute.
Or lascivious manner. If you're outside on a patio exposed, I believe that for probable cause to meet that level. 4 is that the exposure or exhibition of the sexual organ was in a vulgar, indecent, lewd, or lascivious manner. Again, if you're outside on a patio and one of the people who saw it was, I believe, 11-year-old, I believe probable cause would meet that. Lastly, if it's exposure in public,
Yeah, hey, that's not cool at all. I don't care if you're in your house or your patio.
If the trial involves exposure of sexual organs in public and exposure of sexual organs on or near private premises, the court must also include the exposure or exhibition of sexual organs cause offense to one or more persons viewing. I believe probable cause that's met since they called law enforcement after seeing what he was doing. Nothing further.
Man, you got that whole gallery behind him, just listening to all his charges.
May the 20th, based on the 12th incident of 2024.
Let's check what's going on in the gallery.
The probable cause determination is based on the 4 corners of the document that's before you. And there are facts that are not developed here that will be developed. This was 6 o'clock in the morning. These people were inside the home and called outside.
He was paying attention.
It's not on the 4 corners of this document.
He was paying attention over here. This guy, I think he's paying attention right here. This white guy, this white haired guy. Further? He's paying attention.
Except if the court's finds probable cause, I'd like to be heard about going to the defense.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit, and I do find that there is a probable cause.
With respect to bond, he is entitled to a bond under that law. And what would does the pretrial release service have a recommendation? So it's a third brief down.
I was just going to do standard bond.
Okay. It's no further argument. That means I will address the probable cause question later, but I respect it.
Okay. All right. So at this point in time, you have a bond of $5,000. If you are going to be able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after release. Report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you're to have no contact with the victims directly or indirectly, in person and writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school, essentially the incident location. So please unmute him. So don't go back to the location where this occurred, okay?
Your Honor, as to the no contact, Leslie, the lady who made the report 8 months after the incident, is the grandmother of Mr. Arnold's child.
Ooh.
There is a dispute about custody of a 15-month-old, so there will be contact in that context, and I'm seeing as a standard.
Through the courts.
Through the courts. And there may be some time sharing and things like that ordered in that particular case.
And any family law court order is going to trump this.
Right, and I just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware in here so they don't run into the problems.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. How are you this morning?
That's strange.
Are you?
Why would somebody wait 8 months for the? I would. Hey, if I'm gonna call the cops, I'm gonna call them right now. I'm not gonna wait 8 months later down the line. That sounds kind of fishy to me. Definitely some red flags.
You're on the limited notice of appearance, Shredder.
All right.
Not that I have.
So,
not
sir,
that I
you're here
have called the
for
cops.
2 counts of domestic violence battery, and then the
Wow.
violation of probation for your prior charges of resisting officer with violence, 2 counts of battery on officer, and 2 counts of battery. So there's a limited appearance today, but after that, if you are not able to hire an attorney, would you like the public defender?
I already talked to my dad. We're retaining him as my lawyer.
Okay. Well, if anything changes before your next court date or at your next court date, just let the judge know that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So have you had an opportunity to review the affidavit?
I have not, Your Honor. I've talked to the alleged victim of the case who is not one. The case to be. So I'm asking for a very reasonable bond based on that, and ask that. I think it's his mother who's the alleged victim. That's to be nonviolent contact.
His mom? Another one. Unbelievable.
With her, if there is to be some allowed contact.
Okay.
And I bet he has nowhere to live either.
See her?
Yes, Your Honor. For the one victim, I may be mispronouncing the name, Jutta. He put his hands around her neck, which is a concern. It's a bigger concern when you look at what he was operating for, which includes multiple acts of violence, resisting officer with violence, battery on law enforcement officer, as well as 2 counts of battery. So while on probation for acts of violence, including batteries, he's now picked up additional battery counts. Thank you.
Hey, what up, PC?
All right. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I have also reviewed the victim's statements and their wishes. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 for each of the domestic violence battery charges. However, on the violation of probation at this time, you're going to be held no bond.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, not a good day to have your hair
All right,
dyed.
do I have any other private attorneys on the line?
Your Honor, statewide should be present if the court should call.
I have the statewide.
Yes, Judge, I'm here. It should be Kevin Clayton.
All right, Kevin Clayton.
Kevin Clayton. Where the hell is Kevin Clayton at? Okay.
Roger.
Here we go.
All right, Mr. Clayton, you're here on an arrest warrant issued by the Honorable Judge Stamey for charges of racketeering, conspiracy to commit racketeering, 2 counts of grand theft, 20,000 or more, 1 count of grand theft, 750 or more, unlawful use of a 2-way communication device, and criminal use of personal identification. Do you have an attorney, sir?
I'm speaking to my parents to get one.
Okay. Do you want to wait to see what happens until your next court date, or do you want to see if you qualify for the public defender?
I'll see. I could wait.
Okay. Well, we're going to mark down that you're going to try to hire an attorney. If it doesn't work out, just let the judge know your next court date, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could just let you know, I do already have an information filed on this case he's the third co-defendant that's been arrested, and we have court on 5/29 on those two other defendants in front of Judge Ramirez. Is there any way we can put him on that date? Because I'm going to do a notice to consolidate this case into my original racketeering case.
Madam Clerk, can we do that? 5/29. 5/29 with Judge Ramirez. What time?
Yes.
8:30?
I believe it's the 8:30 docket. Let me go to my calendar. I'm sorry. I should have had that.
There's arraignment.
No, it should be the 1 p.m. calendar.
1 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, she's changing that on the paperwork now.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
Well, it is an arraignment.
Hey, rule number 1: if you're frauding,
And the others are set for arraignment as well, correct?
They're not set for arraignment, Judge. They're set for a status or a pretrial conference, technically. But it's a status.
Next week.
Hey, if you're gonna be scheming and frauding, the first thing you should be
If it's
doing.
not possible, it's okay, Judge. I've been having some issues with getting the cases consolidated, and I was told that in order for them to be consolidated, I need to have them on the same date.
It's fine. We're just trying to figure out what to label it. If we're labeling because they haven't been arraigned, it's not a pretrial. So are they going to be arraigned on that date, or is it going to be a status only?
I would ask the judge to have them arraigned because I've already filed an information.
And we'll keep it as an arraignment. We can put arraignment/status. Okay. And that way they know they're addressing multiple things. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. And Judge, as to the bond, it's set at $375,000. I would ask that it not be in a bag and didn't get on the flight. So I do believe that he is a flight risk if there is any potential for reduction in bond. So I just wanted to note that for the record.
All right, so I have previously reviewed the warrant. There is probable cause. Your bonds are as follows. As to racketeering, $100,000. Conspiracy to commit racketeering, $100,000. Grand theft, more than $20,000, $75,000. Grand theft, more than $20,000, $25,000. Grand theft, more than $750, $25,000. Unlawful use of a two-way communication device, $25,000. Criminal use of personal ID, $25,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you will surrender your passport upon being released. You are to have no contact directly or indirectly with any of the co-defendants.
He should have said. He should have said deported.
Judge.
He messed up. If you're gonna be if you're gonna be committing
Any
crimes
other
like
private
that,
attorneys on the line?
you should be saving up for a lawyer. That should be
Devin
number
Brown?
1. Saving for a lawyer, not spending and buying flashy
You're
clothing
here
and
on
cars.
Orange County violation of probation for possession of MDMA. Looks like this is not your first time here. You've been brought back a couple times. I'm seeing that we sent something to Orange County back on May 13th telling them that you were ready for pickup. They still haven't gotten you.
Is that
This
Kimbo
time,
Slice?
I'm going to go ahead and ROR you. Apparently they're not interested in coming to get you. So you are going to be released on your own recognizance. Please keep in mind, that doesn't mean that your probation officer won't do a warrant later on, okay? This was a warrantless BOP, so just go and make sure you make contact with them to get everything straightened out.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Lamar Kennedy.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you are here on a failure to appear capias issued by the Honorable Judge Brode for your charge of camping restrictions on private or public property. Do you have an attorney?
This was homeless.
No, ma'am, I do not.
You like one?
No, ma'am, I'm straight. I don't even need one. I mean, what is that?
That fool said I'm
Change
straight.
your mind at a later time. Let the judge know. I have previously reviewed the capias. There is probable cause. You have a bond of $500, sir. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Hey, can I ask you a question real quick?
No.
Can I ask you a question real quick, ma'am?
What is your question?
Is it $500 for camping, sleeping on a park bench?
That's your bond for the failure to appear. Thank you.
Oh, for the failure to appear.
Ray
Okay.
Cortez.
Can I at
No,
least
sir,
know my
you're
next
done.
court date, bro? What the fuck?
That was it, bro.
Mr. Cortez,
WTF?
you're here on a violation of probation for your prior charges of grand theft and criminal use of personal ID. Do you have, South County, can you please keep it unmuted? Thank you. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Would you like one?
I guess, sure.
Okay, and are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the warrant. There is probable cause, and at this time, you're being held no bond, sir, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
It would have been
Joseph Hall?
a hotel room would have been cheaper.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Hall, you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney?
No, I don't, ma'am.
Do you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia and $5,000 on the methamphetamine, sir. All right, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Alexander Johnson.
Dr. Evil.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you're here on a charge of knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked and refusing to accept or sign a citation. Do you have an attorney?
Ma'am, what citation? What citation did I? I didn't know I was getting. I didn't know I was getting that citation.
Like an attorney?
Oh, legal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but
Okay. Are you currently employed?
No.
yeah, I was.
Okay, now how much were you making a week?
To be honest, I like a public defender, man.
You said that. You look my direction.
It's a lot going on right now. I don't know who's talking to me right now, Mom.
How much are you making a week?
I'm not making. I want a public defender.
That's not
Well,
the
you
question.
don't just get one because you want one. You have to answer
Well,
my questions first.
I'm not working right now. I'm locked up. I'm currently
I
incarcerated.
understand, but before you were arrested, how much were you making a week?
I haven't really got to get to work, man, because of everything that's going on with me legally,
Okay,
legal
I'm going
wise.
to provisionally appoint a public defender, but you're going to have to fill out an application since you won't answer my questions. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $500 per count. I also see that you are currently out on bond in CF 25-1337. At this time, I'm revoking that bond and holding you no bond, Parker v. State. Thank you, sir. Dylan McMaster.
Next.
Sir, you're here on a violation of pretrial release, and do you know what your current charge is?
No, ma'am. The officer told me that apparently there was a message sent on Facebook Messenger, but
Sir?
I don't.
If you really want to go into the facts of the case, that's your business,
Yeah.
but I've already warned you that that's probably not a good
Sorry.
idea.
Yeah, let's get into the facts. What kind of
I just need
message?
to know if you know what the charge is against you.
No.
Okay, can somebody please show him?
Show him. Tell us. We want to know what this puffy fella did. This puffer fish, if you will.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Okay. So,
Yup.
looks like you previously were appointed the public defender. I have reviewed the capias. I do find probable cause. At this time, you're being held no bond, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Deidris Matthews.
Yes.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of trespass in a structure or conveyance. Do you have an attorney?
No legal structure.
Ooh, he's a zesty one.
Legal structure.
I'm going to appoint a public defender to represent you.
Legal
I have
structure,
previously
all your
reviewed the
report.
affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a
Legal
bond of
structure, all your
$500, sir.
report.
Thank
Legal
you.
structure, all your reports.
Alan Miller. We're done with him.
This way, sir. This way, sir.
Right, Alan Miller?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that
Hi,
mean?
Mr. Miller, are you aware of the 3 charges against you?
I didn't know I had 3, but yeah, I know I had a case come out.
Can somebody please show Mr. Miller the 3 charges he has pending?
Oh, come on, tell us. Tell us, Mr. Miller, what you did. Mr. Miller can't even see. Just tell him so we could hear. The guys in the back were handshaking each other. Like, yeah, man, these fools. Is this live?
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think this
Do
is
you
live.
know the 3 charges against you now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Florida,
You like one?
Nisha.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to
I was
appoint the public
wondering-
defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 for each count. If you are able to
Don't got
bond
the
out,
money
you will be
now.
placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every
I'll
Tuesday.
be staying here. I got nowhere to go.
In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You're to have no
Okay.
contact with the victim. Sir, stay right there till I tell you you're done.
Damn
Yes, ma'am.
it. Listen up,
You're to have
boy.
no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. You may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement to get your personal belongings. All right, thank you, sir. Now you may leave.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mohammed,
The nerve
Your
of these
Honor.
people.
you're here on a charge of resisting officer without violence. Do you have an attorney?
I do not.
Like one?
Sure.
And are you currently employed?
I hope so. 'Cause I'm
Okay,
here.
how much are you making a week?
It depends. I'm in sales.
Right. Well, give me an average.
500,000.
500,
500 and
1,000.
1,000. Do you have any dependents? Anyone you take care of?
No, just me, Your Honor.
I'm going to provisionally appoint the public defender. You're going to have to fill out the application to see if you qualify. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause, and you have a bond of $1,000, sir. Thank you.
Any way I can get RR or?
Now, Adrian Smith.
Hey, I don't think have we ever seen anybody get OR'd right here in
So
Florida?
you're here on a Hillsborough County failure to appear capious for driving under the influence. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000. So you can bond out if you can. If you can't, then Hillsborough County has been notified to pick you up. If you're still here on the 27th of May, which is next Tuesday, we're going to bring you back so we can decide if we're going to let you loose or not, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Promise Williams.
And ain't getting no love. Damn, what's up with this
So
whippersnapper?
you're on a charge of domestic violence, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, I do not.
Would you like one?
Well, necessary, yes.
That's up to you, sir.
Pardon me?
It's up to you if you want an attorney or not.
Well, if I don't get an attorney, can I hear what about the charge?
See, sir, think about whether you want an attorney or not. Who's the other gentleman here?
This is Clarence White.
Right, Clarence White.
Over here, man.
Yeah, I laugh, but it's sad.
Oh.
Because this is how they really treat you.
Yes, ma'am.
This is how they treat
Mr.
you in
White,
these
you're here on a
situations.
charge of knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am. Yes, I do.
Like one?
Yes.
Are you currently employed?
SSI.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000, sir, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, have you decided if you want an attorney or not?
I don't even know what's going on, Your Honor.
Okay. And are you currently employed?
No, I'm not.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 on each count. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You're to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. You may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement to get your personal belongings. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is that everybody at South County?
Damn.
Have a good day.
Yeah, head this way.
Natasha Campbell?
There we go.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, I don't.
Like one?
Yes.
Are you currently employed?
No, I'm not.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. Based upon the fact that you have no priors and the wishes of the victim, I am going to give you a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You may report the day of, morning after your release, and report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you may have contact with the victim, but you may not be physically or verbally threatening, violent, or abusive in any manner whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
Angelina Campos,
Yes, ma'am.
if you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery, do you have an attorney?
Agua.
No, ma'am.
Do you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I find probable cause. However, based upon the facts contained in the affidavit as to
What up, 808?
what the alleged battery was, and you have no prior records, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance.
Ooh, first release of the
Make sure that
day.
you have a good address with the clerk's office because they're going to be sending you notices of your court dates, okay?
We gotta
Yes, ma'am,
celebrate
thank
for
you.
that one. Show!
Cheska Candelario Masonet.
Yes.
Right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of driving under the influence. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Get your
I don't
hand
need
out.
one.
Get your hand out. Okay, if you change your mind at a later time, let the judge know. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. You are able to bond out. You will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to possess or consume alcohol or enter any bars or lounges, and you will be subject to random urinalysis and breath test. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
And so when I gonna have my first phone call? Because I never have my first phone call.
She don't
time
care.
I get here, violating my rights. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Carrie Hanna.
Next.
So
All right,
when
ma'am,
I-
you're here on a charge of failing to redeliver a hired vehicle. Do you have an attorney?
I have an attorney on the case already.
Who's that?
Is that Dionne Warwick?
Her name is Dea Servido, and
Or
she has
Cleo.
been on that case since November 1st, Your Honor.
Is that a private attorney?
She's a PD.
Public defender?
Yes.
They can. She's English by the sound. Hello, Governor.
Name of anyone at your office?
Whoopee
She's in
Cleo.
Orlando.
That name
She's saying
is-
she's out of Orlando, Judge.
Well, you're in Polk County. You're not in Orlando.
Yes, but everything took place and they picked up the car already in Orlando since November 1st of last year.
Ma'am,
Thank
again,
you
once
for that,
again, if
baby.
you want to say things about the facts of the case, that's your business, but I would
fine.
highly encourage you not to. Do you want a public defender?
I don't know.
Yeah, we have a public defender already. Oh, yes.
She's English. Good catch,
Are you
guys.
currently employed?
Hi from Australia.
Not right now.
No.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000.
I don't know.
Thank you. Valerie
Next.
Crutchfield?
You should be there in person at the courthouse, Judge. That's what we were told.
Is his name Valerie Crutchfield?
Crutchfield, I'll check.
So is this Felicia Essa?
And for those of you that
Felicia
wonder,
Essa?
this is Polk County in Florida. And
You're
yes,
here on a charge of battery on law enforcement officer and resisting officer without violence. These are add-on charges. Were you already appointed the public defender? Do you know?
it's a girl. Because she's in blue. Women are in blue. Men
You can
are in
speak.
orange.
You were talking to me earlier.
Okay. So we're playing games today.
Yeah.
All right. I'll go ahead and
games
appoint the
today.
public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 on the battery and $1,000 on the resisting. Thank you.
See you back where you were.
Karen
Up
McCollum?
next on The Price is
Yes.
Wrong.
Man, you were here on a violation of probation for your prior charge of aggravated assault. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am, I don't.
You like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, not at the moment.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the warrant. There is probable cause, and at this time, you're being held no bond, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Misty Mercer?
Yes, ma'am.
Come on,
Ma'am,
Judge.
you're here on a violation of
Pick up the
probation
pace.
for your prior charges of possession of drug paraphernalia and driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
No, boy.
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you change your mind at a later time, just let the judge know.
Okay.
I have previously reviewed the warrant. There is probable cause, and at this time, you are being held no bond, ma'am, okay?
Thank you.
We don't need no sticking jobs. We get 3 square
Hold on,
meals
ma'am, just
a day.
the driving while license suspended or revoked.
Yes, the affidavit said that it turned on January 1st.
I told the judge she had Crutchfield was over here. This was supposed to be the first.
Hey, that would be me. I would take the court appointed. I'm gonna
Okay, it
take.
looks like count 2, the driving while license suspended or revoked, already termed. So you're only in on the violation for the paraphernalia.
The
It's still a
pipa.
no bond. It's just a no bond on 1 count instead of on 2 counts, okay?
Okay.
So you'll be ROR'd on the driving while license suspended or revoked. All right, thank you, ma'am. Corey Rhodes,
Judge, can we skip for just for a second? She was feeling sick, so we're checking on her. This is Shanisa Smart.
Nisha Smart, got you too. All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, please.
Are you currently employed?
Crutchfield, last name
Yes.
Crutchfield.
How much do you make in a week?
I just started, so I make about 300 every 2 weeks.
300 every 2
Okay, I'm
weeks.
going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $10,000. You are able to bond out. You will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You're to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third person. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. You may return to the residence 1 time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement, to pick up your personal belongings. All right, thank you.
What in the Llorona is going on right here?
All right, do we have
We have Ms.
Linda.
Rhodes, Judge.
we have Linda Smith?
We do not, Judge. I don't think she's been brought over from booking yet.
Well, PTY was sent yesterday. She's a bring back, so apparently it's taken 2 days to bring her over, so we need to find her.
Gotta find her.
We do have
What
Ms.
about
Rhodes.
Lilia Trammell?
I'm trying to work out if you think.
We were told that was a takeoff.
Why was that a takeoff? I didn't receive anything. Who told you it was a takeoff?
Our deputies that work down in court holding that make the list.
Oh, she'll be
Okay,
pissed.
well, we need to find that person too, because nobody here received any information that it was a takeoff.
Thank you for the
And
follow.
Crutchfield's an 8 Bravo judge. She'll be brought up in a minute.
Okay, so we need to find Linda Smith, and we need to find
Nah, this is not
Lilia
live.
Trammell.
It's not live. I'm
And
not
we have
live.
Miss
These
Corey
people are not
Rhodes.
alive.
Yes.
Ms. Rhodes? All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of resisting officer without violence and violation of probation for your prior charge of possession of fentanyl and possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Their
one?
ghost.
Yeah.
Okay, and are you currently employed?
What up, Lori?
No, not anymore.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the warrant and the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the resisting, and you're being held no bond on the violation of probation, ma'am, okay? Thank you.
She looking bad. Not bad in it's like bad, like bad, like hey, she Gators. What happened to her?
That's Mrs. Crutchfield.
All right. We have Miss Valerie Crutchfield.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
The people you see are your imagination.
Right.
Lord, her
Ma'am, you're
eyes.
here on a violation of pretrial release for your charges of aggravated stalking and violation of injunction. Is she not pointing the public defender? Yeah, that's BD on this case. Okay. So it looks like you have the public defender on this case. I have previously reviewed the capias. I do find that there's probable cause. At this time, you're being held no bond. Did you just come from Judge Barber's courtroom?
No, ma'am, I've been in the hospital. Everything's mixed up.
Okay. Well, Judge. Okay. So Judge Barber's going to determine whether you're going to get a bond. Just right now, you are being held no bond, okay?
Well, ma'am, I got cellulitis. I'm sick.
Okay.
And I did not.
Thank you. You're done. Thank you.
Damn.
Judge Barbara's going to take care of you, all right?
Judge really don't give a damn. She
All
has
right. Jarius Adams.
send them out to El Salvador.
Sir, you're here on a charge of possession of cannabis, resisting officer without violence, possession of paraphernalia, and battery with a prior conviction. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you like one?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Change your mind at a later time. Let the judge know. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the resisting, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the battery. You are able to bond out. You will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you are to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. All right, thank you, sir. Kevin
Judge,
Bridges?
I have information on those two if you'd like.
Okay, what's going on?
For Lydia Smith, she's been released to Leon County,
Okay, thank you.
and Miss Trammell bonded.
Oh, well, that's wonderful news for both of those. Thank you.
Which one, Judge? Because she needs to know pre-trial release
Linda Smith was released
to Leon County.
Leon County, and Miss Trammell bonded. Thank you. All right, going back to Mr. Kevin Bridges.
And the public defender waiver reading.
All right, sir, do you know what you're being charged with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you have an attorney? Do
No, ma'am.
you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
Not anymore.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there's probable cause. At this time, you have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report
Ma'am,
today of and morning after your release, and report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to have any contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. Yes, sir?
I don't think I do know what I'm charged with because that was a misdemeanor
Yes, it is.
Tell us.
for $5,000 bond.
That's what I have given you, yes. Thank you. Judge, he already has from yesterday, Your Honor. He was at bring back. All right. You're done. Thank you. Blake Carper?
All right, let's get ready for
So, Mr. Carper, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you like one?
No, no,
Okay,
ma'am.
if you change your mind at a later time, just let the judge know.
I will.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. Hold on 1 second.
This is Polk County, Florida, if you will.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. All
Ma'am.
right, thank you, sir. Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, one of the victims lives right next street over.
I'm sorry, what?
The victim lives a street over from me.
Okay, well, you will be allowed to go to your residence, but you can't like go over near
Yeah,
her
yeah.
or stare outside and like try to antagonize anything like that. Okay?
No, I'm not trying to antagonize nothing. I wasn't even trying to do
It's
anything.
okay. We're going to put on there that you are allowed to return to your residence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Felix Cologne?
All
Cologne, you're here on a charge of knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked, third or subsequent offense. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
You like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000, sir. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Sir, you're here on a charge of resisting officer without violence. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yeah, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000. I also see that you are currently on pretrial release and bond in CF
Please remain muted at this time.
244220.
Thank you.
This time I am revoking that, holding you no bond, Parker v. State. Thank you, sir. Damien. I don't sign blank things. Parker v. State one.
For anybody that's wondering right now, I got two screens open because I'm about to transfer over
Sir,
to
you're here on
California.
a charge of robbery by sudden snatching, possession of paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, petty theft, and burglary of an occupied structure or conveyance. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Sure.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
How much do you make in a week?
Excuse me.
How much do you make a week?
Depends. It's for an auto glass company, so it's a range. It depends on how good I do. Anywhere from 300 to 700.
Okay. Do you have any dependents that you take care of?
My mother.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 on the robbery by sudden snatching, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the methamphetamine, $500 on the petty theft, $15,000 on the burglary of an occupied structure or conveyance. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you're to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you. Walter Gray. Sir, you're here on a charge of possession of a concealed weapon by a convicted felon, tampering with physical evidence, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $15,000 on possession of concealed weapon by a convicted felon, $5,000 on tampering with physical evidence, $1,000 on paraphernalia, and $5,000 on methamphetamine, sir. Thank you. Roberto Jimenez. Sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery by strangulation, domestic violence, false imprisonment, and a failure to appear capious issued by the Honorable Judge Flynn for your charge of knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
You're currently employed.
Yes, ma'am.
How much are you making a week?
600.
Okay. 600, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. As to the failure to appear capious, you have a bond of $1,000. Domestic violence battery, $5,000. Domestic violence battery by strangulation, $10,000. False imprisonment, $10,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Tuesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You are to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victims' homes, vehicles, places of employment, and or school at all times. You may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement, to get your personal belongings. All right. Thank you, sir.
So California, I got on another
Do I
screen right
have
now.
Andrew Katsock here?
It hasn't started yet, so once it starts, I'll switch on over.
I was hoping that he was not, so okay. showing that he already purged. Richard Lambrix. Sir, you're here on a charge of disorderly conduct. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
No, I'd like to plead no contest.
Well, that's not an option today. Do you want an attorney?
Sure, yeah.
Hey, Becky.
Okay. Are you employed?
No, ma'am.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. At this time, you have a bond of $1,000, sir. Thank you. Guillermo Magana.
He was taken off as well. I'm pretty sure he bonded, but I'll double check, Judge.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good morning.
Jeremy Martin. For some reason, we didn't get any of those emails. All right, Mr. Martin.
Good morning.
You are here on.
All right, guys, we're switching over to California now. They're about to start it up. Let me put this over. James, that was hot. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to leave, but damn, hold on.
Maybe. About to begin. Good morning. I'm Chief Deputy Program Operations, Tara Deach, and I'm filling in for Executive Officer Scott Wyckoff for this month's board meeting while he is attending the Association of Paroling Authorities International Conference with Chief Counsel Blanian. Thank you for being here with us today, and welcome to the Border Patrol Hearings Monthly Executive Board Meeting. We are hosting this meeting in person and by video and telephone using Microsoft Teams. We have a majority of the commissioners in person for this meeting, as required by law. Some of our commissioners are participating in the hearing remotely and will remain on camera unless they have technical problems. If a commissioner appearing by video is experiencing connectivity issues and needs to turn off their camera, the chairperson will announce this at the most earliest opportune time. For those participating by video, if you experience connectivity issues during the meeting, we have found that turning off your camera may help you see and hear those who are speaking and help us to hear you when you are speaking. If you wish to speak today, we ask that you please fill out a speaker card on the board's website under the tab Board Meetings and the link called Meeting Agendas. We also provide an opportunity for those who have not submitted a speaker card to make a comment. You can find additional documents with helpful instructions and tips for participating in today's meeting on the board's website. Just go to the tab at the top called Board Meetings and select the link for meeting agendas. There is also a helpline available during the meeting if you are experiencing difficulties. Please call 916-445-4072. The phone number is also on the first page of today's agenda and the agenda page on the board's website. If no one immediately answers your call, please leave a message. Someone will return your call as quickly as possible. Most commissioners and board staff use computers to take notes during the meeting, so please do not be concerned if the commissioner is looking at their computer while someone is speaking. We ask that you please mute your computer, microphone, or phone. If you do not mute yourself, a moderator will mute you to eliminate feedback and any background noise. Your comments are important to us, and we want to hear from everyone. For this reason, comments may only be made after the moderator calls the speaker's name or identifies them by their login credentials. We will call cases in the order they are listed on the agenda. Once a speaker is called upon, they will be able to unmute their microphone and make a comment. Please be respectful and refrain from engaging in disruptive behavior, or you may be removed from the meeting. Please note that some speakers may include explicit crime details in their statements during the meeting. This could trigger strong reactions or be difficult to hear for some people and is not appropriate for children. Written statements may be submitted to the email address on the agenda, and written statements are considered the same as oral comments. Today, we will first take care of some administrative matters. We will then hear general public comments regarding the board. Then we will take comments on individual cases in order the cases appear on the agenda. All comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. We ask that you please be respectful of the time limits. Also, if you timely submitted a written statement to the board, the commissioners will consider it. For this reason, you are encouraged to reference your written statement and use your time today to provide additional information as needed. Once the board has heard comments on each case on the agenda, the board will go into closed session to deliberate and vote on each case. Board staff will post the decisions for today's case within 24 hours in the lobby on the ground floor of the board's office at 1515 K Street, Sacramento, and on the board's website. I will now turn the meeting over to Commissioner Purcell.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today's date is May 20th, 2025. The Board of Parole Hearings Executive Board meeting is now in session. I'll now call the roll. I'm acting as chairperson today. Commissioner Purcell, I'm present. Commissioner Barton?
Present.
Commissioner Cassidy?
Present.
Commissioner Chappelle? Commissioner Dobbs?
Present.
Commissioner Garland is not present at the moment, will arrive shortly. I'll announce when she arrives. Commissioner Infante?
Present.
Present. Commissioner Long?
Present.
Commissioner Muniz? Present. Commissioner Wache?
Present.
Commissioner O'Meara? Commissioner Ruff?
Present.
Commissioner Schneider?
Present.
Sharif? I see him present on the screen. Can you hear us, Commissioner Sharif?
I'm sorry, you didn't hear me? Yes, I am present. I can hear you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schneider. Now to Commissioner Sharif. Can you hear us?
Present.
Commissioner Sheffield?
Present.
Commissioner Thornton?
Present.
Commissioner Weiss?
I'm here.
And Commissioner Minor is present.
Thank you. I'm sorry I skipped over that name. Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Please note for the minutes that a majority of the commissioners currently appointed are present in person at 1515 K Street in Sacramento. We will now turn to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are routine matters that require board approval. Does any board member have any comments or clarifications regarding the April 2025 meeting minutes? Hearing no comments, I will move on. The May backlog report is posted online on the board's website at the end of the consent calendar. Does any board member have any comments or clarifications regarding the backlog report? Hearing no comments or clarifications, I'll move on. At this time, any member of the public may comment on the consent calendar, including the April minutes and the May backlog report. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Please wait until we call your name or identify you by login information to speak. Moderator, are there any comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to make a comment on the consent calendar and are on video, please raise your hand in Microsoft Teams. I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. To make a comment on the consent calendar by telephone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. We have a hand raised, Angel Ordaz. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Thank you, Jerome.
Hello, my name is Angel Ordaz. I am a social worker with lived experience in the justice system and mentoring justice-impacted adults and youth. I'm here in support of Cordius Hall.
We are not taking comments on cases at this time. This is for the consent calendar, this portion. You'll get your chance to speak later on. Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to make a comment on the consent calendar?
Consent.
Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers on the consent calendar.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
Please, motion.
Motion by Commissioner Muniz.
Chappelle, second.
Commissioner Chappelle has seconded. I'll now call roll for that vote. Commissioner Barton?
Aye.
Commissioner Cassidy?
Aye.
Commissioner Chappelle?
Aye.
Commissioner Dobbs?
Aye.
Commissioner Infante?
Aye.
Commissioner Kozel?
Aye.
Commissioner Long?
Aye.
Commissioner Minor?
Aye.
Commissioner Muniz?
Aye.
Commissioner Waje?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Meara?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruff?
Aye.
Commissioner Schneider?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharif?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffield?
Aye.
Commissioner Thornton?
Aye.
Commissioner Weiss,
Yes.
Chairperson Commissioner Purcell votes aye. The motion carries. We will now hear a report from the Chief Deputy of Program Operations, Tara Doach, on behalf of Executive Officer Scott Wyckoff.
Hello again. On Friday, May 9th, Executive Officer Wyckoff attended an event at California State Prison, Los Angeles County, put on by Uncommon Law. The event featured 10 incarcerated persons who shared their experience as graduates of or participating in Uncommon Law's Home After Healing program. All the men were on a level 4 yard. Interestingly, 2 of the men he met were serving sentences of life without the possibility of parole. He asked them what motivated them to participate in a program that prepared them for parole, even though they did not have a parole date. They explained they wanted to be better people, and that even though there was a possibility they would not get to go home, they could show loved ones on the outside that change is possible. He also had the opportunity to speak to 2 assembly members. Both of them expressed interest in observing hearings. We are working with their staff on those details.
Thank you. We will now hear a report from Chief Deputy of the Investigations and Reentry Screening Division, Ryan Yautsey.
Good morning. As part of the board's ongoing outreach, I just had an outreach update. Our PA3 Martin Figueroa has formed an ongoing partnership with the University of San Francisco's Sociology Department, and where he regularly meets with students and faculty to share information about the board and parole processes and community supervision. This past semester, Agent Figueroa coordinated with UCSF to provide opportunities to 3 outstanding students who successfully completed internships with the board as part of their sociology capstone projects. Tatiana Oquendo, Brittany Hernandez, and Axel Perez each brought a unique perspective and set of skills to their internship, and they contributed meaningfully to discussions with various staff at the board while gaining firsthand experience with board projects in all the areas within the board. They were able to attend hearings, unit meetings, and even ride-alongs with DAPO in a thorough introduction of the parole process and community supervision. Their internships culminated on May 8th with their capstone presentations, which involved developing an ongoing research question while applying a theoretical framework using methodologies learned from their internship. And they presented that analysis to their UCSF class and Agent Aspen Marshall, who attended the event. It was a great event, and we'd like to extend our sincere appreciation to Aspen Marshall, who was actually supervised the students throughout their internship while they were at the board this semester. Her guidance, encouragement, and insight were instrumental to their success. We also would like to thank all the board staff who took time to meet with and share experiences and knowledge with the students. And a special thanks to Commissioner Barton, Commissioner Cassidy, and Chief Justice Jessica Blondin, who all were able to take time out of their busy schedules to meet with and share considerable knowledge of the board and our functions with the interns. And to our 3 interns, congratulations on your successful completion of your presentations and your degrees. They're all graduating with Bachelor of Arts degrees this semester. We're proud of your accomplishments, and we look forward to seeing the impact you'll make in your future endeavors.
See you, Teresa.
So that's the only update from IRSD, and if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. We will now hear a report from Chief Psychologist Dr. Jasmine Tarani.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to update you on some recent training that we had, and I also have a staffing update. Excuse me. Earlier this month, our FAD evaluators and supervising senior psychologists attended the Department of State Hospital Sexually Violent Predators Unit's annual conference via video. And we were also earning continuing education credits, which we need for our licenses. As you know, the DSH puts on outstanding training year after year, and I found that this year was no exception. Highlights included Dr. Randy Otto's presentation on ethics in forensic psychology and Dr. Shannon Kelly's presentation on assessing protective factors in persons who have committed sexual offenses. I'd like to thank DSH's Deputy Director, Dr. Melinda DeCero, for including my staff in their training. As you know, roughly 1/3 or more of those individuals whom we evaluate have a history of sexual offending. This is an area in which we always welcome additional training whenever possible. And frankly, it's consistent with my philosophy that as forensic psychologists, we should approach our work with a sense of humility and have a growth mindset. I'm also pleased to announce that we have a staffing update for the FAD. Earlier this month, Dr. Toni Cadell joined the FAD. Dr. Cadell received her doctorate in clinical psychology with a concentration in forensic psychology from Azusa Pacific University. During her graduate training, Dr. Cadell completed a clinical practicum placement conducting sex offender treatment at Sharper Future and an assessment practicum at Patton State Hospital. She then went on to complete a pre-doctoral internship at a state hospital in Maryland, and then she returned to Patton in 2020 to complete her postdoctoral fellowship in forensic psychology. After her postdoc, she then joined Patton staff as a treating psychologist until she transitioned to DAPO as a clinical psychologist, completing static 99 Rs for persons pending release. And in that capacity, she also supervised unlicensed psychologists. She has taught at her alma mater, Azusa Pacific University. And I could go on, but the last thing that I'll mention for you is that Dr. Cadell co-authored an article on cultural mistrust considerations when utilizing the MMPI. And this was published in one of our leading academic journals, the Journal of Law and Human Behavior, about 2 years ago. I think we can all agree that Dr. Cadell is a great addition to the board and to the FAD, and we're lucky and fortunate to have her. Do you have any questions? Okay, with that, I thank you for your time and I turn it back over to Chairman Purcell.
Thank you, Dr. Tarani. We'll now hear a report from the Assistant Chief of the Office of Victim and Survivor Rights and Services, Mike Young.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Young, Assistant Chief Victim Services. Just one quick, very brief update for you this morning, actually regarding restitution, which I don't get to talk to you guys about very much. But historically, when an incarcerated person has been released from the institution, we 90 days after the release, we refer any remaining victim restitution owed to the Franchise Tax Board. We have taken some steps to revamp that process to allow a little bit more time for notification to the incarcerated person, a little bit more time to get settled post-release. And so as we revamp that process and those and our system as well, we put a temporary hold on referring those debts over to the Franchise Tax Board for a couple of months here to get all of that set up. So hopefully probably another 2 months or so, and we'll be have a new process in place. So that's the only update I have today.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Does any board member wish to request an agenda item for a future meeting? Hearing no requests, we'll move on. Now we will hear comments from the public regarding general matters related to the board. We are not taking comments on cases right now. Comments concerning future parole hearings are not permitted during this meeting. Please send those comments to the board for inclusion in the materials for that hearing. Comments are limited to 2 minutes and there's no opportunity for rebuttal. Please wait to speak until we call your name or identify you by your login number. Moderator, is there anyone seeking to make a general comment related to the board?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, we have a couple of speaker cards. I believe they're both in person. Keith Watley, Uncommon Law.
Not in person this time.
Oh, okay. Sorry, sir. Go ahead.
That's all right. Thank you. Keith Watley from Uncommon Law. I'm very concerned that the board is violating the rights of parole candidates by rescinding previously granted parole dates without allowing candidates to testify as to whether there's good cause to rescind. The board's rescission hearing procedures have changed several times over the years and not always in accordance with the controlling laws. I've always known it. In an order dated February 25th, 2025, Judge William Ryan of Los Angeles County Superior Court agreed that the board had violated the due process rights of my client, Dwayne Osborne, by finding good cause to rescind his date without first affording him the opportunity to testify regarding the grounds for rescission. This declaration of rights in rescission proceedings is now final and applies to all rescission hearings. It appears the board may currently be scheduling as many as 70 or 75 rescission hearings every year. We're looking forward to working with the board to remedy these violations for others whose dates have recently been rescinded and to prevent these violations going forward. I also need to comment again about the board's use of false positive drug tests to make adverse parole decisions. We've uncovered extensive records now demonstrating a cover-up by the CDCR, which has denied grievances, and showing that the board has rejected PTAs, admin reviews, and parole on the basis of false positives, despite being alerted to this specific issue many times and in various ways as far back as the middle of 2024. So far, no one has taken steps to remedy these unlawful decisions beyond a blanket notice to affected patients that they may be impacted. The unlawful decisions remain in their records. Both this rescission hearing issue and the improper reliance on treatment records issue took shape before Mr. Wyckoff came into office, and we're looking forward to having him address these issues appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. The other we have is in person, I believe, is Vanessa Nelson Sloan. She's always in person.
Right, Roddy? They were talking about that last month when we were listening onto these hearings. They were talking about it sucks, but it's a reality.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Not to pile on too much here, but I have some concerns. As Mr. Wyckoff noted last month, the grant rate for 2024 was 31%, down 4% from the previous year. Actually, the grant rate was 30.5%, so it was down 4.5%. Not that I'm parsing numbers, but I am. And as we noted previously, the only major consideration or change that seems to be the restitution issue. We're now hearing from livers who are checking through their entire trust account history. One man last participated in this restitution business 7 years ago, and it was still a hot topic of conversation at his parole hearing. So how long is recent participation? If memory serves me, incidents of mental health issues are considered recent by the FAD only if they occurred within the last 1 to 2 years. Certainly if that works for such a relatively important issue as mental health, why would the stale date for restitution be longer than 2 years? The population still needs some guidelines in this area. Most aren't familiar with the legal citations regarding restitution, and since workarounds were so widely practiced and even tacitly and explicitly encouraged by staff, they had no reason to understand immediately what this issue entailed. This still remains a thorny issue in our minds and a wobbly one for denial of parole. As we continue to research the number and depth of these denials, we're hoping for some guidelines from the board on how long is recent and to what extent this issue will continue to be majorly impactful on parole decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to make a general comment and are in person, please approach the podium. If you are on video, please raise your hand in Microsoft Teams. I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. To make a general comment by telephone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to make a general comment? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for general comments.
All right. Thank you. I'll now call roll for the commissioners participating in public comment, deliberations, and voting on the cases we have on today's agenda. Chairperson, Commissioner Purcell, I'm present. Commissioner Barton.
Present.
Commissioner Cassidy.
Present.
Commissioner Chappelle.
Present.
Commissioner Dobbs.
Present.
Commissioner Garland will be arriving shortly. I'll announce when she arrives. Commissioner Kozel.
Present.
Commissioner Muniz.
Present.
Commissioner Wadje.
Present.
Commissioner O'Meara. Commissioner Ruff.
Present.
Commissioner Sheffield. Please note for the minutes that a majority of the commissioners currently appointed are present in person. We'll now hear comments regarding cases on today's agenda. For each case, first, we will take comments from those in support of the incarcerated person, starting with speaker cards, and then those who did not submit a speaker card. Then we will take comments from those in opposition to the incarcerated person, starting with speaker cards, and then calling those who did not submit a speaker card. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. There is no opportunity for rebuttal. If you are speaking, please eliminate any background noise. The moderator will call your name or identify you by your phone number when it is your turn. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. So I'm moving on to the cases now. The first case today is Ricardo Gutierrez, T82656, item number 11. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in support of Ricardo Gutierrez and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Or if you are in person, please approach the podium.
Excuse me, moderator, for one moment. I'll announce that Commissioner Garland has arrived. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner Garland.
Must be nice showing up late.
If you are on the phone and you wish to speak in support of Ricardo Gutierrez, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who would like to speak in support of Ricardo Gutierrez? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers in support of Ricardo Gutierrez.
Thank you. Moderator will now take speakers in opposition to Ricardo Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have a speaker card for Tasha Sarouche, DDA of Orange County. I see you're with us. Go ahead, Tasha. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Thank you so much. Ricardo Gutierrez violated the rules of society while he was out, and then violated the rules of society in prison while inside. The recent notice of confidential information disclosure indicates that he either directed or personally filed a false EDD claim. One call was as recent as July 15, 2024. Again, we have an inmate who controlled the narrative with the forensic psychologist and manipulated his way into a low-risk rating. And again, we have an inmate who did the programming and parroted out what they are taught the board is looking for. And yet the Supreme Court requires rehabilitation, not programming, a very different concept. When you have a callous, murdering gang member doing simultaneous programming and rule violations, it is clear their offender change and rehabilitation is lacking. If only all the allegations of rehabilitation were investigated as well as restitution and EDD fraud. This inmate lied to the board and lied to the psychologist. This deception should not entitle an inmate to parole, even when they admit that they have lied, as this is only after they are caught. The law requires a significant period of rehabilitation, not just admitting something when they are caught. The people ask for an overturn of the grant. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Ricardo Gutierrez and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Or if you are in person, please approach the podium. If you are on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Ricardo Gutierrez, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wishes to speak in opposition to Ricardo Gutierrez? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wishes to speak about Ricardo Gutierrez? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Ricardo Gutierrez.
Thank you. The next case is Binju Lang, F11367, item number 12. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you. We have a number of speaker cards. The first is for Parker Chamberlain. Parker Chamberlain, if you're in person, please approach the podium. Or if you are joining us by telephone, press *6 or unmute yourself on Teams. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Thank you. And thank you, as always, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm the co-executive director of Re-Evolution, a nonprofit that provides both in-prison and reentry programs for system-impacted individuals. I'm also a formerly incarcerated person, having paroled through this board more than 3 years ago. I'm speaking today in support of upholding the parole grant of Bindu Lang. I've known Bindu for nearly a decade and can personally attest to his growth as a person, character, and readiness to parole. Most recently, Bindu participated in the Realized Restorative Justice Group of Valley State Prison, which I facilitate. During extremely vulnerable activities, Bindu often volunteered to be the first to share, demonstrating a lot of courage and positive role modeling. I should also note here my personal willingness and that of Re-Evolution and the Ahimsa Collective as organizations to support Bindu upon release, including on the very first day of his parole by picking him up from prison and taking him where he needs to go. I am aware that the governor is asking the board to evaluate the February 26, 2025 grant in light of the issues that came up regarding restitution. When asked about this issue during the hearing, Bindu was honest and accountable, characteristics that consistently describe him. Bindu accepted responsibility for allowing individuals to send money to his trust account. He shared that when confronted about the behavior by a peer, he came to a new understanding and changed the behavior. In my opinion, this openness to feedback and willingness to do better when he knows better evidences Bindu's commitment to a pro-social lifestyle and, more broadly, his suitability to rejoin the community. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I respectfully ask you to uphold the February 2025 grant of parole. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emma Hughes. Emma Hughes, go ahead. It is your turn to speak.
Good morning. My name is Emma Hughes. I'm a professor of criminology at Fresno State, and I coordinate our bachelor's degree program at Valley State Prison and serve as executive director for Project Rebound, our campus support program for formerly incarcerated students. And I'm speaking to express my strong support for Bindu and have written in support as well. Bindu is really an excellent student. He has a perfect 4.0 GPA and is approximately one semester away from earning his bachelor's degree. He's a model student. Apart from obvious academic talent, he is dedicated, responsible, and hardworking. He engages with his work at the highest level. Now, his academic success came as no surprise to us, given the significant achievements and recognition he earned while working in his associate degree at Valley State Prison. For example, he won a stateside Scholastic Achievement Award open to students throughout the state and not just students in prison. It is a pleasure to have Bindu in our program, and he serves as an excellent role model and mentor to the new students who join the program each semester. If Bindu is released, Project Rebound will assist him to finish his degree, and we will provide wraparound support services. Ideally, he would parole to Fresno so that we can provide those services in person, and he could become part of the strong community that we have created on campus, a community that is committed to the principle of each one teach one, and that prioritizes giving back to the broader community. If necessary, he can finish his degree remotely from another county. However, I do want to emphasize that Bindu has secured a housing placement in Fresno. Research consistently shows that education is one of the most effective ways to reduce reoffending. Crucially, it encourages long-term identity transformation and the creation of new and positive goals, along with fostering pro-social behavior. Bindu has expressed interest in attending graduate school, and Project Rebound is ready to assist him in that endeavor, for which he is extremely well qualified. Again, I express my full support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mirabai Collins. Mirabai Collins, it's your turn to speak.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of Bindu Lang. I am a relative of Bindu Lang. I am his sister, and I am speaking in support to uphold the grant of parole.
Congratulations, Blair.
I would like to speak to the issues raised in this hearing regarding Bindu Lang's parole suitability, Bindu's response to the issues raised around restitution have been to confront the issues head on, to seek guidance and understanding that will help him avoid harmful behaviors, to take responsibility for Bindu has undergone important and substantial personal transformation while incarcerated, and I support his release. Upon release, I'm committed to financially supporting him, to pay for his housing, and to provide him with a vehicle for transportation. And I am also his point of contact in terms of family for any sort of emotional or financial or personal needs. So my willingness to support him in other ways beyond speaking out on behalf of his release in this meeting is also practical and substantial. I would also like to flag previous statements from the public in this session regarding board protocol, restitution issues, and fairness as a final consideration in moving forward with his parole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Nate Powell. Nate Powell, it's your turn to speak. Nate, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. If you're joining us by telephone, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. We'll circle back to Nate Powell. John Coyle. John Coyle, it's your turn to speak. John Coyle, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
Too many big words.
We'll circle back to Nate Powell and John Coyle. If you would like to speak in support of Bindu Lang and are in person, please approach the podium. If you're on Microsoft Teams, please raise your hand using the button and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in support of Bindu Lang, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who is, sorry, go ahead.
I did not sign up to speak ahead of time. I did send an email. My name is Carrie Uranowitz, and the email didn't go through, and then I found the proper email and I sent it forward. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to speak.
Go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I am in support of Bindu being released, and I am available to support him, whether it's housing, transportation, financial, emotional. And I have a very long list of accomplishments, and I agree with everything that has been said. We speak daily. He's very accountable. He did pay all of his restitution in full immediately on his own end. I'm wondering also if the board might consider going forward in these cases a post-incarceration fine that can go toward these funds, and that is a kind of parenthesis side note. But on behalf of his character, he's a very kind and honest and a lot of integrity and a lot of hard work. And there is another email that will list the accomplishments, including the 4.0 that was mentioned, being accepted to Berkeley University, maintaining the 4.0, about to get 3 different AA degrees: sociology, psychology, behavioral social science, and his interest in going forward and paying it forward by working in restorative justice as a career. Thank you.
Thank you. John Coyle, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. John Coyle, your showing is unmuted, but we're not actually hearing you. You may have to leave the meeting and come back in, possibly. We will circle back to you. I'd like to give another chance to Nate Powell. Nate Powell, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone. Nate Powell, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Bindu Lang?
I would like to, if I could.
Go ahead.
My name is Gabriel. I would like to speak if I can.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was also formerly incarcerated with Bindu Lang at Valley State Prison, and knowing him, being living with him, I've seen completely the change that God has done in his life and the work that he's done in his life. One of the things I know we were talking about is education, but also the sacrifice that he's made. A lot of us that were battling with sex offense, it was really hard for us to actually work on the curriculum because of the stigma in prison and the dangerousness of having that type of crime and not being able to actually do the work. But taking the time to work on this stuff, uh, going out to the yard and getting together and working on this in spite of the dangerousness, but knowing the need of having to understand what brought you to prison and knowing how to fix those things. I really am thankful for having Bindu because he helped me work on a lot of the material through the books of Road to Freedom. And so I really appreciate all the work that he has done. And I know that he's going to be a positive role model in society. And I think he'll be a great person when he gets out. Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you guys think?
I see that John Coyle has joined us again. Go ahead and unmute yourself. John Coyle, your 2 minutes start when you begin to speak.
All right. Did that work? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can. Go
there
ahead.
we go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just advocating for Bindu moving into our program. I'm the director of Centers for Living in Fresno. So upon his release, he can come directly to us. And just a brief snapshot of what we do. We have 7 homes in Fresno. We house about 100 people. And we have a highly accountable environment with drug tests every 3 days, full 15 panel paroled by UA. We have 2 to 4 managers on every property. The property where Bindu is going to be is a little bit remote in between 2 towns, and he's got all the time in the world to just work on himself. He'll have transportation and life coaching. So we were just incredibly enthused about getting behind this guy. We have rarely had a client that's had more support. So, it ups our confidence that he's just going to do really well with us, financially, emotionally, socially, and everything. So he's just laminated in the yes column, so he can come whenever he's released.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Bindu Lang? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Bindu Lang.
Thank you. Moderator will now take speakers in opposition to Bindu Lang.
Thank you. There is a speaker card for Wes Keat, DDA of Humboldt County. Wes, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Good morning. We think that the inmate's recent and ongoing involvement in illegal and illicit activity demonstrates his persistence in criminal thinking and clearly shows that he is unsuitable for parole. Thank you.
That's it?
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Bindu Lang and our on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're in person, please approach the podium. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Bindu Lang, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak in opposition to Bindu Lang? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Bindu Lang?
And I found the article.
Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Bindu Lang.
Yeah.
The next case is Dionisio Velasquez, P11081, item number 13. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in support of Dionisio Velasquez and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Or if you are in person, please approach the podium.
He heard two girls.
If you're on the phone and you want to speak in support of Dionisio Velasquez, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who would like to speak in support of Dionisio Velasquez?
That's right, Becky. Kalinga.
Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers for Dionisio Velasquez.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Dionisio Velasquez.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in opposition to Dionisio Velasquez and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you. It is your turn to speak. If you are in person, please approach the podium. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Dionisio Velasquez, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to Dionisio Velasquez? Is there anyone who would like to speak about Dionisio Velasquez? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers for Dionisio Velasquez.
SA.
The next case is Michael Ebelo, AD 6095, item number 14. Moderator, please call speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in support of Michael Ebelo and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Or if you are in person, please approach the podium. If you are on the phone and you want to speak in support of Michael Ebelo, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself.
In bank hearing.
Is there anyone who would like to speak in support of Michael Ebelo? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers in support of Michael Ebelo.
Moderator will now take speakers in opposition to Michael Ebelo.
If you would like to speak in opposition to Michael Ebelo and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are in person, please approach the podium. If you are on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Michael Ebelo, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to Michael Ebelo? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Michael Ebelo? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers for Michael Ebelo.
The next case is Jesse Arredondo, AT1003, item number 15. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first speaker is Nikki Arredondo. Nikki, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone, or approach the podium if you're in person.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, honorable commissioners. My name is Nikki Arredondo, and I'm here today in strong support of parole for my husband, Jesse Arredondo. I understand the governor has raised some concerns and is referring Jesse's case for your expert review. I can only hope and pray that you will see Jesse in the same light as did your colleagues. See all of the positive changes he has made in his life, all the insight he has gained in order to understand his past, present, and future, and all the knowledge and tools he has acquired in the process that allow him to be the best version of himself that he can be. Ultimately, I pray that you will affirm his grant today. From my end, I can reassure you that Jesse has had a genuine transformation, is highly motivated to maintain his success, and is equipped with the tools and resources needed to do so. My husband has truly put in the work and made the necessary changes to be a productive and contributing member of the community. He has solid parole and relapse prevention plans, which I am confident you have been able to review. I am personally aware of what these plans entail, as well as many of the various challenges that Jesse may face. That being said, I am fully committed to be there in whatever way it takes, in whatever way is needed to assist, support, and help facilitate Jesse's positive transition back into the community and his continued success in the free world. Jesse is loved beyond words and has an amazing and reliable support network, which comes not just from us, his family, but from many community-based organizations. We are all most eager to welcome him home and to assist in his positive transition back into the community. Thank you for your time today and your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker card is for Christina Sanchez. Christina, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, honorable commissioners. My name is Christina Sanchez, and I am here today in strong support of parole for my stepfather, Jesse Arredondo. My stepfather has been a constant pillar in my life since I was a young girl, and he is now a constant pillar in my daughter's life, his first and only grandchild. He has shown us what strength, dedication, patience, and faith truly mean. He embodies a genuine changed man in every possible way. He has accepted his shortcomings, taken responsibility for his actions, and in doing so, he learned how to better himself and create a successful future. He has put in the work to change the course of his future by dedicating countless hours to self-help courses and higher education. He and we as a family understand this new chapter will not be easy, but he has forged a path of success for himself, done everything he can do to make the necessary changes to ensure a successful second chance. We pray that you would look upon him favorably and allow him to come home and live out his second chance, a second chance that he has dedicated his life to. He is ready, and our family is ready and prepared to support him in every way possible. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Jesse Arredondo and are on video, please raise your hand. I'm so sorry, we have one more speaker card. Lily Harvey. Lily Harvey, go ahead. And unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you. Good morning, and thanks for allowing me to be here with you to present these remarks in support of Jesse Arredondo. I'm a senior staff attorney at the Prison Law Office. The governor requested that the panel consider whether Mr. Arredondo has sufficiently mitigated his risk factors for antisocial conduct and can be safely released on parole. I firmly believe, as did the suitability panel in January, that Mr. Arredondo has sufficiently demonstrated risk factor mitigation and readiness for safe release. In January, the granting panel thoroughly explored Mr. Arredondo's risk factor mitigation, particularly in regard to his past involvement with restitution avoidance and substance abuse. In finding that he'd sufficiently mitigated risk factors related to his role in restitution avoidance, the granting panel observed how his personal growth and mitigation strategies had progressed. While they were laudable when he received his initial grant in December 2023, they are truly exceptional now. The panel noted Mr. Arredondo's ongoing work to increase self-awareness, including deep self-reflection, to confront any blind spots on his rehabilitation journey and addressing codependent behaviors. The granting panel also thoroughly examined the history of substance addiction as a risk factor for antisocial conduct. They determined that Mr. Arredondo understands that working to address this disease will be paramount every day of his life. His insights into triggers, extensive recovery programming, and post-release planning demonstrated to the panel that Mr. Arredondo sufficiently mitigated substance abuse as a risk factor. The panel also understood that Mr. Arredondo took the feedback given to him when he lost his initial grant in May of 2025 to heart. In the face of this adversity, he held himself accountable for prior errors in judgment and worked tirelessly, taking even more classes, doing the work needed to ensure he has every pro-social tool available to him as he navigates his safe release back into the community. I respectfully request that today's panel uphold the January 2025 grant. Thank you.
This is an unbanked hearing. So
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Jesse Arredondo and our own video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in support of Jesse Arredondo, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. If you're in person, please approach the podium. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Jesse Arredondo? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Jesse Arredondo.
Monitor, we will now take speakers in opposition to Jesse Arredondo.
Thank you. We do have a speaker card for Tasha Sarush, DDA of Orange County. Go ahead, Tasha.
Thank you. Jesse Arredondo was granted parole in 2023. Governor Newsom sent him back for an in-bank, and his grant was rescinded in September of 2024. 5 months later, he was granted parole again. 5 months. Now he is back again before the board on Governor Newsom's second request. He manipulated the 2023 panel, all the while making 160 deposits into more than 30 different inmate accounts. And he manipulated the forensic psychologist. And yet, just a few months later, he was granted parole again. He had ongoing rule breaking through October of 2023. He lied under oath. He manipulated commissioners and psychologists, and now 14 months later, the board is trusting him again. Rehabilitation is required, not just programming. He does not have the significant length required under the law. When you have an inmate concurrently programming to rules violation, it indicates a deep-seated antisocial personality disorder, criminal thinking, manipulation, impression management, and does not evidence the subsequent growth and maturity required to overcome youthful offender mitigation. There must be a sustained amount of offender change. This inmate has recent relapses, recent gang behavior, all within a few years, in addition to his restitution circumvention. The governor has now sent this back twice. Even with wanting to empty the prisons, he does not want this inmate out. Again, just because an inmate admits something after he is caught, it should not erase the fact that the board was lied to under oath less than 2 years ago. At some point, lying to psychologists and the board should be taken for what it is: criminal thinking, manipulation, impression management, and a direct nexus to violent crime. The people ask this grant be overturned. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Jesse Arredondo and are in person, please approach the podium. If you're on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak.
Thank you, Cha-Cha.
If you would like to speak in opposition to Jesse Arredondo, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Jesse Arredondo? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Jesse Arredondo?
Thank you for that daily hard code.
Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Jesse Arredondo.
The next case is Devin Blackstone, AE 6418, item number 16. Moderator, please call speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. Alfred Weissman, please go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Alfred Wiseman. I'm speaking on behalf of my client, Devon Blackstone. The governor issued a letter approximately April 18th of this year in which he stated, Mr. Blackstone has demonstrated significant pro-social change and has developed a robust support network in the community. I asked the board to determine whether he sufficiently mitigated his risk factor for antisocial conduct and whether he has the insight and tools he would need to maintain healthy relationships in the community. I would submit that the evidence of the granting panel demonstrated that, in fact, Mr. Blackstone did have the requisite aspects. First of all, in the 10-day packet, Mr. Blackstone put on record a significant and comprehensive relapse prevention plan for all the causative factors that the board had discussed with him. In those plans, he identified the triggers, both internal and external to those risk factors, and most importantly, he identified extensively the coping tools that he would use to overcome those triggers should he face them in the community. Most importantly, in terms of his ability to overcome antisocial conduct, I'd like to quote from Captain McLemore, his letter of support, a laudatory chrono, in page 220 of the 10-day packet, which is made available to the board's consideration. And this is what Captain McLemore said. In the time I have known him, Blackstone has been a model incarcerated person, an important resource to the staff, and an enthusiastic participant in almost every opportunity for positive programming available at KVSP. Despite his lengthy sentence, he has served as an outstanding example of the transformative potential of the rehabilitative services provided to incarcerated persons by the department. I believe that Blackstone's commitment to bettering himself, providing outreach to at-risk youth, and to improve the lives of his fellow incarcerated people provides strong evidence.
Your 2 minutes
that he
have
will
elapsed.
thrive
Please
in
conclude
and be
your
an asset
statement.
to the community when he's released. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Devon Blackstone and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're in person, please approach the podium. If you're on the phone and you would like to speak in support of Devon Blackstone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Devon Blackstone? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Devon Blackstone.
Moderator will now take speakers in opposition to Devon Blackstone.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have Dana Greason, DDA of Riverside County. Dana, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Thank you. This inmate went on a robbery spree back in 2007 that lasted 5 months. During that time, he robbed 32 victims at gunpoint, at times putting his gun to the head of the victims. The governor was concerned about whether he had mitigated his risk for antisocial conduct. This concern is justified based on his gang membership in and out of prison. He has numerous RBRs, including distribution of a controlled substance, having almost an ounce of heroin in 2018, refusing to accept assigned housing, 2 batteries on prisoners, 6 incidents of fighting, possession of alcohol, and participating in a riot, and multiple possession of cellular telephones, the latest being 2021. The inmate admitted to using his cell phone to help move things around in prison for the gang. The inmate in his hearing told a story about his past crimes that clearly minimized his behavior and showed manipulation and criminal thinking. He told the board that the gun he used was unloaded and that he merely had obtained it for protection, that before every robbery, this entrenched gang member would unload the weapon and leave the bullets at home. He said when he was finally caught ending his robbery spree, they had already coincidentally and independently decided to stop robbing people. While whether the gun is unloaded or not is a static factor, his lying to the board is not. In my letter, I outlined how this inmate's rendition of the facts are refuted by witness statements and evidence. He was known to have almost always been carrying this gun as an armed gang member. A shot was fired at one of the scenes. The bullets he should have been found in a box in his room when they searched his place were not. He lied about it being loaded, why he had it, when he had obtained it, and where it went. These minimizations and lies in his hearing demonstrate his continued criminal thinking and manipulation. The inmate was not confronted with the actual evidence of his hearing. Even the board members who paroled him seemed to think this case would end up at the en banc hearing, referring to a governor review. Quote, "Trust me, it's going to be the first thing they look at. The governor's office is going to see this and everybody else." And, quote, "The risk assessment is moderate. So I would say it supports a grant of parole. Others could argue it doesn't. The people argue that it doesn't, and this parole is improvident." Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Devon Blackstone and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are in person, please approach the podium. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Devon Blackstone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Devon Blackstone? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Devon Blackstone?
I know, but what Blackstone do? I see the comments in here.
Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Devon Blackstone.
The next case is Alfred Brooks, E06210, item number 17. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you. We do have a speaker card for Shirin Senegal. I believe I just saw them raise a hand. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Shirin, you're still showing as muted. It's the microphone button up by the right-hand corner. Just click that. If you cannot unmute yourself, you can leave the meeting and come back in, and we will circle back to you. All right, looks like they might be doing that. If you would like to speak in support of Alfred Brooks and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and you want to speak in support of Alfred Brooks, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. If you're in person, please approach the podium. Is there anyone?
Yes. Hello.
Yes, go
Yes,
ahead.
hello. My name is Pastor Al Garcia, and from Redeem 2020 Ministries, I founded this ministry upon parole in 2020. I also worked for a anti-recidivism coalition for 2.5 years, where Alfred Brooks participated in my classes, 5 classes, I believe it total. Now, one of the things about Alfred Brooks is that he has insight. He has insight, responsibility, and remorse. And remorse is a fruit of amends. Now, after the first class, he took it upon himself to approach me to ask if he couldn't co-facilitate. So, and that's what he did. So I agreed to it. He co-facilitated, basically pretty much taking over the classes for me on Criminal Gangs Anonymous and BCA. So Alfred Brooks, he's a great person. I don't come on here, I don't speak for too many people, but for him, I went out of my way to do it for him because he's gonna be good. So I'm really, I'm calling in, to let you know that he has support out here. My ministry that I pastor, that's what we do. We help people, that are formerly incarcerated transition back into society successfully. We have all the resources. So I'm just calling in to show my support and hoping and praying that he gets affirmed for his parole. So thank you for the time, and thank you all you commissioners. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Alfred Brooks? I'd like to give one more chance to Shirin Senegal. Shirin,
Yes.
if you're with us, go ahead. I can hear you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much. This is Shireen Senegal. Commissioners, I want to thank you for your steadfast commitment to public safety and rehabilitation. My name is Shireen, and I'm the executive director of Ronnie's House, a nonprofit located in Long Beach, California, dedicated to rehabilitation. I stand before you here to reaffirm our unwavering support for Alfred Brooks. Together with our partners, LARP and Amada Institute and others, we've presented a comprehensive reintegration plan that leaves nothing to chance. I do not offer my endorsement lightly. In 2016, I lost my husband to gun violence, and I know firsthand the power of transformation and redemption. The 19-year-old Mr. Brooks is not the same Mr. Brooks that is before you today, 37 years later. He is educated, compassionate, resilient, and fiercely committed to mentorship and community investment. He has his housing in place, a clear pathway to his education with funding available to support that education, mental health support through organizations like Amada Institute, and a village around him that will support him to ensure his success. My life's mission has been to stop violence, and I believe Alfred Brooks can now be a powerful part of that solution based on his transformation and lived life experience. I urge you to review the letters, and I respectfully ask for your support to help Mr. Brooks come out to the community and make a difference. Thank you, commissioners, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Alfred Brooks? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Alfred Brooks.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Alfred Brooks.
Thank you. We have a speaker card for Jasmine Suidam. Jasmine, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself. If you're in person, approach the podium. Or if you're joining by telephone, press *6 to unmute yourself. Jasmine, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
Damn, he's been in prison since 1988.
We'll circle back to Jasmine. If you would like to speak in opposition to Alfred Brooks and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak.
He unalived his wife.
Please approach the podium.
He unalived his wife.
If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Alfred Brooks, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to Alfred Brooks?
That fool took her out because
Is there anyone who was not spoken who would like to speak about?
she
Alfred
had a photo
Brooks?
of another guy. That's why he took her life. That's why he took her life.
I'd like to give one more chance to Jasmine Sweedam. Jasmine, if you'd like to speak, go ahead. Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Alfred Brooks.
Thank you. The next case is Curtis Hall, T14053, item number 18. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you. The first speaker card I have is for Shelley Eitelson. Shelley, if you're with us, go ahead and begin. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
I'm not sure, James.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time and consideration today. My name is Shelley Eitelson, and I'm the forensic social worker who had the pleasure of writing the Youth Offender Franklin report for Mr. Hall. I want to address the governor's concerns regarding Mr. Hall's mental health and sobriety, both of which have been directly addressed through years of focused rehabilitation. Over the past 24 years of incarceration, Mr. Hall has participated in several rehabilitative programs, most notably OMCP, a rigorous and transformative course that certifies participants as AOD counselors. Since his hearing, he has graduated from OMCP and passed the test to become an AOD counselor. He now needs to complete 2,080 hours. This achievement reflects his deep commitment to helping others on their own paths to recovery. Upon release, Mr. Hall hopes to parole to Sacramento County, where he has been accepted into the Freedom Through Education Transitional Housing Program. Residents of Freedom Through Education are required to attend 2 in-house support groups and 1 individual therapy session each week, all facilitated by licensed clinicians. Mr. Hall will also be paired with a peer mentor. The director of Freedom Through Education has also corresponded with Mr. Hall and hires formerly incarcerated AOD counselors. In addition, Mr. Hall will be working with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, and there is a person from ARC who will speak to what they do. Mr. Hall's family also lives within 1 hour from Sacramento. Mr. Hall has developed detailed relapse prevention plans and has a sponsor in the community and a fiance in recovery. Everything I have mentioned serve as protective factors which mitigate his risk and are consistent with public safety.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
In conclusion, for all these reasons, I believe Mr. Hall does not pose an unreasonable safety risk and believe affirming the Commissioner's finding of suitability from December 2024 is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Willie Woods. Willie, it's your turn to speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone or approach the podium if in person.
Hello. First of all, I would like to extend my appreciation to Commissioner Chappelle, who in 2020 found me suitable for parole at CSB Solano. My name is Willie Woods. I am the life coach at ARC, the Heart Team, and I'm also Mr. Hall's life coach. Upon Mr. Hall's release, we can continue the supply support for Mr. Hall, so far as we have our own in-house therapist, housing. We have just now developed new housing here in Sacramento, and that housing would be upon the approval of the Board of Prison Terms. I've known Mr. Hall for several decades. I've had the pleasure to witness Mr. Hall's transformation from the person that he was to the person that he is now, and that those are 2 different people. As I said, I spent a couple of decades incarcerated with Mr. Hall, and Mr. Hall has grown tremendously in his insight to why he committed his crime and what would prevent him from committing any other crimes of any nature against anybody. As I said, here at ARC, we will provide him with every aspect and resource that he would need to go back to prison. In short, what I'm saying is that there would be no reason, with ARC's support, no reason for Mr. Hall to return to prison at all. And I am truly in support of Mr. Hall's grant of suitability. And I will continue to be Mr. Hall's life coach once he is released. And
Your
so
2 minutes
on.
has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
And I just want to say thank you to the Board of Prison Terms, and thank you to Commissioner Chappelle. Your decision was a great one.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is Angel Ordaz. Angel, please go ahead and unmute yourself or approach the podium or press *6. I see you're with us. Go ahead.
No, it's
Hello,
me.
good afternoon,
I have two
commissioners.
accounts.
My name is Angel Ordaz.
It should
I'm
be
a
me.
social worker with lived experience in the criminal justice system. What I do is I mentor adults and youth. I was formerly with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I've been sober from alcohol for about 7 years. And I currently sponsor Mr. Hall with AA through the Getting Out app, and spoke with him over the phone. And I've been sponsoring him for about 10 months now. When Mr. Hall returns home from being incarcerated, I'll continue to sponsor and mentor him and provide any resources and services in the Sacramento area, as that's where I do live in Sacramento County, or moving to. I ask that you review the letter of support that I submitted for Mr. Hall, and I respectfully request that you grant Curtis Hall parole, and I'll continue to guide and work with him. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card is for Lindella Wilson. Lindella, go ahead. It's your turn to speak. I see you're with us. Go ahead.
Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Lindella Wilson. I'm a clinical social worker and Curtis Hall's fiance. I've had the pleasure of knowing Curtis for 5 years. I firmly believe that he has demonstrated significant personal growth, remorse, and has potential for rehabilitation. Through ongoing communication, I've seen Curtis take responsibility for his actions and work diligently towards self-improvement through programs offered at CDCR, like OMCP, to become an AOD counselor. He has several opportunities in the community to complete the 2,080 hours needed and become gainfully employed. During our relationship, I've observed him utilize coping skills and new conflict resolution strategies. I would like to address the governor's concern regarding Curtis' mental health and sobriety, which are both important to us and our families. I understand the seriousness of the offense committed and the need for accountability and consequences. However, I believe affirming parole would allow him to continue his journey of personal growth and contribute to society. The support system in place, combined with his commitment to rehabilitation, mitigates any risk. Curtis plans to continue individual therapy, and we plan to participate in couples counseling. I've been in recovery over 20 years and have zero tolerance towards any substance use. I kindly request that the board take into consideration his relapse prevention plans and the services he will participate in to address his mental health and sobriety in the community. With this, I respectfully ask the commissioner's previous findings for parole suitability be affirmed. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's AI.
If you would like to speak in
AI,
support
no
of
face.
Curtis Hall and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're in person, please approach the podium. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in support of Curtis Hall, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself.
No face. This is my main account, the one you're on right now.
Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Curtis Hall?
Not the AI.
Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Curtis Hall.
Thank you. Moderator will now take speakers in
That was
opposition
weird.
to Curtis Hall.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have a speaker card for
Amber,
Frank
thank you.
Carles. Frank, go ahead. It's your turn to speak.
Thank you for that daily heart.
You can
I want to
unmute or
speak.
press *6 by
Star
telephone or
6.
approach the podium.
Star 6, my life's peachy 8. Toxic
Hi.
God, thank
Good
you.
afternoon, everyone. This is Frank Quarles.
I said
I
throw a
am
peace sign, nothing
the
happened.
child of Desiree Hall, brother to Dejiana Hall.
Thank you for the roses.
For now, retired staff sergeant from the Army, deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, and served my country as well as I could. And now I'm serving as a DoD Department of Defense instructor here in Fort Huachuca, Arizona.
Why not sit in your car and prop up your phone? I don't
I
get
know
it.
I have a specific amount of time. However, this is kind of difficult for me. First of all, I did not receive a notice that this would occur, but however, my lovely sister did let me know that this hearing would occur on this day. I'm sitting here talking with my children, my daughter, who is named after her mother, and she's asking me who her grandmother is. And I have to give her a vague answer because my answer of who my mother was is stolen from me. And my sister, and my older sister, and my brother, who are now disconnected, distant, and still searching for an identity that was stolen from us that could have been given from our parent. I do not. I've been in many chaotic, disheartening situations through deployments, through competition, through raising my own kids, through family matters, and there's nothing that can help me understand why release of someone with such actions would be granted. I appreciate you all listening, giving me your time, and I am here to oppose the parole grant. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Curtis Hall and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak.
Yep.
If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Curtis Hall, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Or if you're in person, please approach the podium. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Curtis Hall? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Curtis Hall? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Curtis Hall.
The next case is Darren Lee, C16213. Item number
Damn,
19.
he's a C number?
Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
He's been in prison since like the 70s.
Thank you.
At least, minimum.
First speaker card I have is for Don Evans. Don Evans, it's your turn to speak. I see that you're with us. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Don Evans, and I'm here in support of Mr. Darren Lee's parole. I first met Darren in 2005 when I too was incarcerated at Solano State Prison, and then reconnected with him when transferring to San Quentin in 2019. Until my parole in January of 2023, Darren and I spent a great deal of time together. A significant part of our time was spent in self-improvement 12-step recovery programs. So I know firsthand of Darren's commitment to his sobriety, recovery, and continued self-improvement. I know Darren to be a man of discipline, integrity, commitment to family, community,
1979.
and his core values. I believe Darren will be an asset to any community he resides in. One of the most valuable resources for me when I paroled was, and in fact still is, my formerly incarcerated friends who have successfully reestablished themselves. The support they have given me has been as valuable as any other resource I utilized. In addition to the financial and material support they have given me, they've been able to help me easily navigate many of the challenges that they faced on their release. And their emotional support, well, that's been invaluable. So I will be the same support for Darren as his friend and accountability partner. I'm also able to offer Darren a job with the company that I work for, and any other additional resources Darren may need to help in his transition back into the community, I'm also able to offer him. I want to thank the commissioners for letting me speak in support of Darren Lee, and I simply ask that you affirm the previous board's decision in upholding Darren's parole. Thank you.
He was 16 years
Thank
old
you.
when he was arrested.
The next speaker card is for Eliezer Margolis.
1979.
Eliezer, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or press. We have a podium. Perfect.
Thank you. Good day. My name is Dr. Eliezer Margolis. I'm a board-certified rehabilitation psychologist, and I'm here to publicly attest to my sense that Mr. Darren Lee is altogether suitable for safe parole release to the community. I met Darren and began working with him while I was a volunteer faculty member at Mount Tamalpais College, and worked with him on his writing. I've been privileged to work with great many people over the years who were using rehabilitation in various modes. And it was against that background that I was greatly impressed by Darren and the profundity of the personal transformation that he had gone through. This is a person who, having been incarcerated at the age of 16, has spent his entire course of adult development in prison. And as such, he has managed to grow himself from the confused, wayward adolescent he was through several eras of adult development into the thoughtful and compassionate human being we see today, who is now in his actual older adulthood. In my experience, this is a rare achievement of persistent and autonomous dedication to self-healing and radical personal change. He essentially was forced to raise himself and used his 46 years in incarceration to do so. The second most remarkable thing for me was that he needs to keep at the center of his being
that's good. You guys got a good setup, because
order in the court.
I apologize. Keep going. We're trying to mute them.
Order in the court. That definitely threw me off to a curveball. We can't even hear him now. What's going on?
I'm sorry. I think the boardroom has been muted. Chairperson?
Yeah, hello.
You didn't hear the last 7 or 8 seconds of that?
Yeah, we're going to reset the clock.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's try again. We're
Thank you for that,
stopping
Daily
time.
Heart.
Go ahead and try
Yes.
speaking again. Let's see if we can hear you.
Okay. So I was saying
we're
the
back.
second most remarkable thing is the way that he wants to keep fresh in his memory every day his shameful acts as an adolescent, in order to use that as a goad to an extended lifetime of contrition. In keeping with California's enlightened adoption of rehabilitation-oriented incarceration and parole, I urge you to recognize Mr. Lee's remarkable rehabilitative achievement and uphold his grant of parole release. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have in person is William Woodward. Go ahead and approach the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is William Woodward, and I testify here in support of the parole of Darren Lee. He and I met in classes at Mount Tamalpais College at San Quentin, where I've worked as a writing tutor for since 2016. That followed my retirement as a full-time law professor, and before that, a trial lawyer. In my time at San Quentin, I have tutored probably scores of students, and of course, as a professor, thousands.
This guy, yeah.
As you can imagine, working one-on-one with a student on his writing brings you in very close contact with how he thinks, what his concerns are, and what processes are going on in his mind. it really gives you a window into his mind. What I initially found was one of the most gifted writers I've encountered in my entire career. This is a person who writes with insight and sensitivity and wonderful use of language, and it's entirely self-taught. As we worked together, and we worked together for a couple of years, his character and the depth of his character emerged in our conversations. His demeanor is almost serene. He's calm and soft-spoken.
James.
The crime he committed over 40 years ago when he was 16 years old remains very close to the surface, and it is a daily inspiration to him to make amends. He acts on that inspiration by participating in practically every remedial program there is, and most directly, most recently, as a Yellow Jacket. Yellow Jackets help elderly inmates get around. He pushes their wheelchairs to the doctor, gets them to the chow hall, et cetera, et cetera.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
This is a very introspective, first quality human being who deserves parole. Thank you.
Thank you. The next in-person we have is Misty Flores. Go ahead and approach the podium.
A lot of people. I don't think I've seen this
She's
many
showing
people
up as in person on my end.
show up for opposition
No
in
one
person.
is approaching the podium.
Thank you. Misty Flores, if you're with us on Teams, go ahead and unmute yourself or *6 by telephone.
Moderator, hold just a moment. We're checking, it looks like.
No problem, Chairperson.
He's been in forever. No,
We
he's
can
Do you have
circle
any other
back to
information, Ms. Deej?
1970, but not as long as the guy that
She
had
will
that
not
B
be
number.
speaking, we're informed.
You remember that guy that was down
Understood.
since
Thank
since 66?
If you would like to speak in support of Darren Lee and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you wish to speak in support of Darren Lee, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself.
And that guy took out, was it four people? He took that
Is
guy
there
from
anyone
66.
who has not spoken who would like to speak in
66?
support of Darren Lee?
He was 85 years old last month.
Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Darren Lee.
Thank you. Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Darren Lee.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have a number of speaker cards. The first is Marge Groh-Eppard. Marge, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
I have
Or
two
if you're in person,
I have two different devices, two different accounts. One is my American account, the other was my UK account. What, James?
Kuchiaima.
You got a UK account?
My name is Marge Groh-Eppard. I just greeted you in my Miwok language, which Miwok you are residing on right now, territory. My Indian name is Sister Who Walks with Bears. Philip was my brother. Kathy, my sister-in-law. May 7th at the state capitol. Thousands were there at the candlelight vigil. We held posters of Philip and Kathy. I actually spoke. Assemblyman James Ramos was there in support. Guess who wasn't? Governor Newsom. And we know why, because he's releasing all of these murderers and rapists into our midst, right back. Now, Modesto, where this occurred, is also Miwok and Yolkut territory. We do not want them on our land, ever. The brutal rape that not just one of them did, they all took turns on Kathy, and then they mutilated her body even while she was dead. Mutilated her with an axe that they found. And you want to release this. I don't care if they have kumbaya circles and come to Jesus and they go to school. My nephew Mark was 10 years old when his parents were ripped from him. No restitution, not $1 has been given him, but his trust fund, Franklin and Downs. He paid for both his parents' funerals at 10 years old. but these others can go to school. Mark can't. Mentally, he cannot. He's broken. We're broken. My sister Sandy can't be here, and Mark can't be here today because of this.
Mic drop.
Thank you. The next speaker card we have is for Sandy Renzo Howell. Sandy, if you're here, approach the podium.
She kept it. She kept it 100.
Unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
She went and spoke her mind.
No one
her
is
piece.
approaching the podium, moderator.
Thank you. Sandy, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. We'll circle back to Sandy.
*6, Sandy.
Mark Renzo. Go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone or approach the podium.
No one is approaching the podium.
*6, if you will.
Mark, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. We'll circle back to Mark. I have the DDA of Stanislaus County, either Victoria Vasquez or Amy Newman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Victoria Vasquez.
Go ahead, Victoria.
Thank you. Darren Lee's parole decision must be reversed because he continues to struggle with drug addiction and engages in criminal thinking. Lee committed the heinous murders of Philip and Catherine Ranzo while under the influence of drugs and alcohol. He continued to take drugs in prison. After years of denying his addiction, claiming he didn't need 12-step programs, and admitting that he took drugs illegally in prison, Lee now claims he's committed to sobriety. This alleged sobriety is new, untested, and will not withstand the stress of his release from prison. For 7 parole board hearings, Lee told the board he was not an addict and did not need AA. In 2020, he called AA a bunch of hypocrites. In 2022, he began to do AA, but was dropped from the program for failure to attend. At his 2023 hearing, Lee finally admitted he was an addict and was trying AA, but admitted he obtained drugs while participating in a recovery program. In 2025, he told the board he was finally committed to AA, years of denial and inconsistent programming, and suddenly he is committed to doing the 12 steps. This credulous story of rehabilitation may have fooled the commissioners at his hearing, but his record of addiction and consistent failure to program is clear. Lee's addiction issues also reveal his continued criminal thinking. Lee told commissioners in January he obtained only 1 Suboxone without a prescription from a friend who just gave it to him. This admitted illegal act came at the end of a gap of almost 2 years, where Lee did not have a pain management prescription. Despite expressing consistent sciatic pain at a level 11 out of 10, Lee was adamant that he only took 1 pill. Lee's story lacks credibility and clearly shows his criminal thinking. How similar is "I only took 1 pill" to his continued story that I left
Your
the
2
Ranzo
minutes
home
have elapsed.
before
Please
anyone was
conclude your
killed?
statement.
Because Lee still struggles with addiction and criminal thinking, he presents a risk to the public, and his parole grant must be reversed. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Narinder Pahia on behalf of Senator Alvarado Gil. Narinder, if you're with us, please go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone or approach the podium. If you're speaking,
No
we
one
cannot
is
hear you.
approaching.
Oh, go ahead.
Hello, I am calling in to report on behalf of Senator Alvarado Gil. I am going to read a letter for you to the Board of Parole on her behalf. I write to you with deep concern regarding the pending decision to parole Darren Lawrence Lee, who was convicted for 1979 murders of Philip and Catherine Ranzo in Modesto. As you know, these were not crimes of impulse, but calculated and brutal acts of violence that left a 10-year-old child without his parents and permanently scarred a community. After reviewing the facts and listening to voices of grieving family members and law enforcement, I'm compelled to express my strong opposition to the decision to release Mr. Lee back into society. If the Board of Parole hearings grants parole, it would represent a failure to deliver justice to these victims. The Ranzo family has carried the trauma of this tragedy for over 4 decades and have consistently and courageously attended every parole hearing, hoping their voices would be heard and the magnitude of their loss would be recognized. Unfortunately, in this case, their advocacy was not met with justice, but with silence. The choice to stay silent sends a troubling message to crime victims and their families that even the most heinous cases, closure is conditional and justice can expire. This is unacceptable. Community trust in our public safety institutions depends on a system that protects families like the Ranzos and holds the worst offenders fully accountable. I respectfully urge your administration to reconsider the broader implications of this case and how decisions like this affect victims, survivors, and public confidence in our criminal justice system. I stand firmly with the Ranzo family and Stanislaus County community. I will continue to advocate for parole policies that put victims and their families first to seek justice, accountability, and safety for all Californians. Signed on behalf of Senator Maria Alvarado Gil.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Maureen Ranzo. Maureen, if you're with us in person, go ahead and approach the podium. If you're joining us by Teams or on telephone, go ahead and press *6.
Hi.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm speaking on behalf of Maureen Ranzo to the California Board of Parole Hearings. My name is Maureen Elizabeth Ranzo. I am here not just as a voice for the Ranzo family, but as a witness to a lifetime of pain, a lifetime of pain your system has helped perpetrate. In 1979, 4 men stole 2 lives, Philip and Catherine Ranzo, and orphaned their son, Mark. That single act of violence shattered the world, and the trauma. Why am I on there? Sorry. It went away.
Technical. 1 minute. 1 minute and 7 seconds. 1 minute and 5 seconds. Close that phone. Come on.
When I met Mark in 1990, he was already broken by grief, surviving with scars no child should bear. He fought through years of darkness, worked hard to rebuild, and eventually he did. He was finally able to be a father to his children. We were finally able to build a family-friendly relationship, and despite everything, he found strength. But your board took that from him. In September 2023, when you released Jeffrey Maria, that strength was ripped away. The sense of safety, of justice, gone. Years progressed, undone in a moment. And now you prepare to do it again. Your choice is not just procedural. It is consequences. You are simply reviewing files. You are destroying real lives. Mark is no longer the same. His mental health has declined. He is carrying a pain that no one could fix because the system meant to protect contributes to betray him. If we lose Mark, it will be because
Your 2 minutes
of what
have
happened
elapsed. Please
in
conclude your
1979.
sentence.
It will be because of what's happening now. They told me to finish my sentence. Don't keep talking.
Wait, what?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give one more chance to Sandy Ranzo Howell. Sandy, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute or press *6 by telephone. Sandy, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. I'd like to give a chance to Mark Ranzo. Mark, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
It seemed like she was on
Mark,
the
if you're
phone,
speaking, we cannot hear you.
on a regular phone, and on a cell phone.
If you would like to speak in opposition to Darren Lee and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and you would like to speak in opposition to Darren Lee, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Darren Lee? We have a hand up. Danielle Ranzo, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Hi, my name is Danny Ranzo. As you can tell, most of you know my last name. This just doesn't affect my dad, and I feel like nobody understands that. It affects the generations to come. Not only is my dad trying to protect his girls, but we fight every day for my dad. We have to protect ourselves because we don't know if this guy will reoffend. And I still stand by until my dad can walk with his parents again, then these men should not be able to walk free. I will stand by that. I will continue to fight and advocate for my family. This just is not fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Darren Lee? If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Darren Lee, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself.
So right now, the young lady that was speaking, I assume was the granddaughter of the two victims.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That she never got to meet.
Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Darren Lee? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Darren Lee.
The next case is Ricardo Machuca, F66607, item number 20. Moderator, please call for speakers and support.
The first speaker is Juan Marquez. Juan, if you're with us, your 2 minutes begin when you begin to speak. Juan Marquez, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the heart.
We will circle back on Juan Marquez. Our next speaker is Ricardo Marquez Wong. Ricardo, your 2 minutes begin when you begin to speak.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ricardo Marquez Wong, and I'm the father of Ricardo Machuca. I'm here, to fully support my son with anything he might need, to come back, to society. My wife, my sons, and the rest of the family, we want to give him full support, morally, emotionally, and financially, to have him, back to us. If you can notice, I'm not as a good speaker, as anybody else, but I saying, these little words, from the bottom of my heart that I really want and need my kid back. Thank you.
So this one I wasn't able to
Our
find.
next speaker is Carlos Gonzalez.
I tried to look him up, but I couldn't find it.
Yes, board members, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
I think I found him.
As you know, one of the biggest challenges of getting back into society is work. And I'm here to say that I would allow him the opportunity to come work for the company that I work for in construction and be able to provide him that opportunity, which I think greatly helps the situation of being able to acclimate back into the community. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is him. I think I found him.
We're circling back. Juan Marquez. Juan, if you're with us, your 2 minutes begin when you begin to speak.
Damn you, paywall. Stuck behind a paywall here. Let me try.
Juan Marquez, are you there?
Try to refresh it.
If you would like to speak in support of Ricardo Machuca and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and want to speak in support of Ricardo Machuca, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken and wants to speak in support of Ricardo Machuca? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Ricardo Machuca.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Ricardo Machuca.
The first speaker is Dana Greisen. Dana, your 2 minutes begin when you begin to speak.
Thank you.
We want
This inmate back in 2007 stabbed his victim over 30 times because he believed he was a snitch. He had planned to murder numerous others he believed were informants. Prior to this, his gang membership involved him in numerous crimes, including statutory rape of a young woman he abused, domestic violence, selling drugs, shootings, armed robberies, and pistol whippings by his own admission. He has attacked multiple other individuals violently, breaking the leg of one man while beating him and knocking a 15-year-old to the ground and pounding his head to the ground repeatedly. Even after he entered prison, he and another inmate attacked another inmate in a planned assault. His DV history, gang history, and RVRs are too numerous to go over in this 2 minutes, but are outlined in my letter. Significantly, the inmate in many of these attacks always had the victim at fault for disrespecting him or having done some other bad act that led him to his violent acts. There's concern as to the inside of this inmate as to his responsibility for his crimes. He minimizes and changes the facts, specifically of his 2-on-1 inmate assault to the board in his hearing, despite that version being in conflict with the report of the eyewitness jail deputy who saw the whole attack. The inmate has definitely begun programming, but most of it is recent. The inmate still admits, quote, that he is likely to be triggered by feelings of betrayal, rejection, powerlessness, or being challenged by others. He added that he experiences increased anger when others use derogatory words to put him down, bully him, or intimidate him with their expressions. Again, the actions of others are his triggers, not his own responsibility. His explanations for much of his violence, putting blame on others, is consistent with this. As to his parole plans, this inmate is going to be deported. The governor asked specifically whether his proposed parole plans and community support is sufficient. His plan is to do 30 days in a Mexican transitional house, as that is the max Mexico has per the inmate. And he's going to live with his parents, and with all due respect, the inmate described as a cause of many of his issues. When an inmate is deported, he is now basically off parole and unsupervised. This plan does not seem to have
Your
been
2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
explored in any real detail. Unlike some inmates who are in for one specific act, this inmate has been involved in dozens of violent acts over his history. The scrutiny to this unsupervised release is warranted. Thank you.
If you'd like to speak in opposition to Ricardo Machuca and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and want to speak in opposition to Ricardo Machuca, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Ricardo Machuca? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Ricardo Machuca? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Ricardo Machuca.
The next case is Hector Molina, AU 2876, item number 21. Moderator, please call speakers in support.
If you'd like to speak in support of Hector Molina and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and want to speak in support of Hector Molina, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Hector Molina? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Hector Molina.
So they'll announce it later on.
We will now take speakers in opposition to Hector Molina.
I'll make a video
later on. If you'd like
later
to speak in opposition to Hector Molina and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and want to speak in opposition to Hector Molina, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Hector Molina? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Hector Molina? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Hector Molina.
The next case is Stephen Rodriguez, T44416, item number 22. Moderator, please call speakers in support.
If you would like to speak in support of Stephen Rodriguez and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in support of Hector Molina, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Stephen Rodriguez? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Stephen Rodriguez.
The DA
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Stephen Rodriguez.
The DA and Persia shouldn't speak up.
The first speaker is Julianne Walker.
Yep.
Julianne, your 2 minutes begin when you begin to speak.
*6, unmute yourself.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry. Good afternoon. The people recognize that the parole hearing of a deaf person such as Mr. Rodriguez is very difficult to conduct. However, this hearing seemed to be too much involvement from the attorney and not much of a record of what the inmate himself was saying and attempting to say. I noted a difference between a hearing where it got postponed and this current hearing, and where it got postponed, they said, well, we need to have the interpreters in the room here with us now. And that's one of the reasons why it got postponed. But in this hearing, they weren't there in the room. All of the interpreters were by video, and that seemed to be a problem. And instead of hearing from the inmate himself, we kept hearing from the defense attorney. And I think that's one basis which really this could have been sent as a procedural error. Also, a big issue was the contradiction between whether or not the inmate actually admitted to the CRA clinician that he masturbated over fantasies of a child.
What?
Back in May of 2024. And again, this is a problem because of the interpretation issues as well as the attorney's involvement. And it would appear the CRA was conducted in the same manner with the appropriate guidelines for interpreters with the inmate. The discussion with the CRA clinician was very detailed, and it seems extremely unlikely that the CRA commission got this incorrect. And instead, the panel seemed to rely on what the inmate said and the attorney said. Lastly, there was minimization of the crimes, a huge concern for the panel, the denial panel. Yet nothing, not one thing, was asked about the crimes of this inmate. And how can that be? How do we know if he has sufficient insight, coping skills, and whatever if we haven't discussed with him what he did? So based on that,
Your
the
2
people
minutes
would
have
ask
elapsed.
that
Please
this be
conclude your statement.
Thank you. Based on that, the people would ask that this be set for a rescission hearing or just the grant reversed today. Thank you.
If you'd like to speak in opposition to Stephen Rodriguez and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and want to speak in opposition to Stephen Rodriguez, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who's not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Stephen Rodriguez? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Stephen Rodriguez? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Stephen Rodriguez.
The last case today is Stephen Wilson, AP 8624, item number 23. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
We have a number of speaker cards. Our first speaker is Marvin McKinnon. Marvin, your 2 minutes begin when you begin to speak.
*6, Marvin, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Marvin, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. You might be muted.
How about now?
We can hear you now.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak in support of Stephen Wilson. I'm happy to see that Steve has been found suitable for parole. I'm looking forward to seeing him get back into society and get on with his life. As I stated in my support letter, Steve and I have been friends and business associates for over 30 years. To help him in his journey, I'm willing to give him moral support and help him on his self-improvement. I'm also willing to help him with housing after his transitional housing stay has been completed, should he need it. I'm sure you've got the details of my home in my support letter. I've visited Steve multiple times in multiple institutions. We talk by phone frequently. I've been very impressed by the change I've seen in him over the years. He seems to be much more calm and more mellow than his old self.
and is positive and upbeat in his attitude. I believe he definitely has the ability and the drive to succeed in his return to society and has a great support system, including myself, to help him as he needs it. And I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Valerie Mendez. Valerie, your 2 minutes begin when you begin to speak.
Man, we've been on since 8 o'clock in the morning. Man, it's already 1 p.m.
You're speaking, we cannot hear you.
We've been on for 5 hours. Where you been at, Guns? All right, Valerie's on.
Looks like you're muted still.
Come on, Valerie. You know how to work the computer? *6, unmute. It ain't that hard. Hello.
We can see you, but we can't hear you, Valerie. Why don't you try leaving the meeting and rejoining? We'll move on, and I'll call on you after you rejoin. Our next speaker is Joyce Wilson.
It's 4 p.m.
Hi,
I'm
Joyce. I'm Steve's ex-wife and mother to his 2 daughters.
Nicole.
We have a pretty good, healthy relationship and communication, I believe, regarding our daughters and now our granddaughter. And we do enjoy talking about them. We are also business partners, and we do have an ideal communication about business as well. And I do trust him financially more than I trust anyone else. Report-wise, as I said in my letter previously, I do have a ranch with cows and llamas, donkeys, horses,
llamas,
dogs.
Tell me more about the llamas.
He's welcome to come visit the animals and just get away from society because, well, we are out in the boonies. In fact, one of Steve's favorite pastimes used to be riding his dirt bike and his quads, and there's plenty of area around here for him to do that. There's no booze or drugs on this ranch, just good, healthy homesteading. I raise my own beef and dairy and attempting to grow vegetables. We love life out here. It's a very positive
Wait, what?
place and a good place for a good outlook on life.
Can we get her address just in case something
So
ever
I
goes
hope
left?
that's enough. I think
I know where to get some meat.
for allowing me to speak on his behalf. And I'm done.
Circle back. Thank you. We'll circle back to Valerie Mendez.
I think I'm on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, we can hear you now,
My
Valerie.
name is Valerie Mendez.
Hi.
And I'm here to confirm my support for Stephen Wilson and his suitability for parole. I submitted a letter to the parole board last year in June, and I expressed my willingness and ability in supporting Steve's transition back into society. I'm here today just to confirm my commitment to Steve and this process. I'm fully committed to Steve and this process. I appreciate this opportunity to speak on his behalf, and I thank you for your consideration. And that's it. Thank you.
We waited for that, Valerie. Come on now. Hey,
Our next speaker is Joseph Magazzini.
Oh, this is the lawyer. This is Ricky. This is Ricky Black and Silas's lawyer. Come on, Magazzini.
Joseph Magazzini, are you with us?
Come on, Magazzini. Get with the program.
Joseph,
Can you hear me?
Speaking. We
Yeah, we can hear you, Magazzini.
Yes, we can. Now we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Joseph Magazzini. I had the privilege of representing Mr. Wilson at his parole suitability hearing. The Governor asked the board one question today to determine whether Mr. Wilson has sufficient insight into intimate partner violence dynamics and the skills he will need to manage them in the community. And I understand that this concern arises somewhat from the comprehensive risk assessment. But I do want to point out that at the hearing, Mr. Wilson was asked very pointed questions by Commissioner Sharif on this topic. And Mr. Wilson was able to discuss in detail the role that narcissism, the cycle of domestic violence, misogyny, and substance abuse played in his offenses And he was able to identify very specific strategies for how he has mitigated these or how he manages these issues today. And the panel specifically felt that he had sufficient understanding of these
30
things to
miles,
address the
damn.
concern brought up in the risk assessment. Commissioner Shreve specifically pointed out that Mr. Wilson was very fluid in his discussion of this, that it didn't seem rehearsed, that he wasn't reading anything, that he wasn't, struggling for answers, that these are things he's clearly internalized. I do want to point out that another concern brought up in the risk assessment was parole plans and the use of support. And this was clearly mitigated at the time of the hearing. Mr. Wilson submitted relapse prevention plans to address all of his issues, very substantial parole plans, and he specifically identified a self-help network and how he intended to use it. As Commissioner Shreve pointed out in the decision, he has strong support, including a sponsor, and also has the wherewithal to know that he's going to need help in the areas of mental health to make sure that he continues positive and pro-social behavior. He's made the necessary arrangements
Please
seeking
conclude your
additional
statement.
counseling. So all the risk factors and risk management recommendation factors have been addressed. This is no longer a concern. I ask the panel to affirm finding of suitability for parole. Thank you.
This is from LA. This is a
Our
LA
next
case.
speaker is Stephen Burton. Stephen Burton, your 2 minutes begin when you begin to speak.
So the DA is going to be showing up for this one, and I'm not sure if you guys caught it, but this was a domestic. I'm guessing he unalived
Stephen
his
Burton,
partner.
if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
I'm here. I was trying to turn on the camera, but it doesn't seem like it's working. But can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to provide my strong support for Stephen Wilson as you consider his stability and parole and return into society. I additionally am committed to actively supporting him through this process and will be available to assist him as needed. I've known Stephen for over 30 years. Throughout our long friendship and professional relationship, Stephen has always had a sincere desire to lead a meaningful, responsible life. I know that he made some bad decisions and ultimately committed horrible crimes. I have had the opportunity to visit him and maintain frequent communication, speaking by phone several times a month. These interactions have further reinforced my belief that he sincerely examined his past, worked hard to address the issues that led to his criminal behavior, and is ready to be able to positively contribute to society upon his release. I firmly believe that Stephen possesses the character and determination necessary necessary for a successful return into society. His commitment to self-improvement, coupled with the support he will receive from his friends and family, in addition to his positive attitude toward others, positions him well for becoming a productive, responsible citizen. To further support his successful reintegration into society, I am offering Stephen a job opportunity as an executive real estate broker assistant. This position does not require a real estate license, providing Stephen with an immediate employment path and stable environment upon release. That's all I have.
Next!
If you would like to speak in support of Stephen Wilson and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it's your turn to speak. We have a hand raised for Elise Alonso. Elise, your 2 minutes begin when you begin to speak. Elise, you're muted and we cannot hear you if you're speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alice Alonso. I am the victim of Mr. Wilson. I would like to reiterate my support of suitability of parole for Mr. Wilson. I submitted a victim impact statement prior to Mr. Wilson's parole hearing in January, which I also attended by video. My family and I remain in favor of Mr. Wilson being granted parole.
What?
There is no excuse for what he did to me. It was horrific, and it took many years for me to heal and address the trauma he caused me.
The hell was that?
But my family and I have appreciated the commitment he has put forward to his rehabilitation
Hey, a
and
dog
acknowledging the harm
Or
that he
somebody
has
getting
caused
choked
us.
out.
He has shown me sincere remorse and the disgust he feels for what he did to me, which has helped me address my own trauma.
Scared the
I truly
bejesus
feel
out of me.
and believe that he has made the changes necessary to be a better person. I would like to see him receive a second chance and enjoy the rest of his life with his family and be a productive person I know he can be. Thank you for your attention in this matter. Thank you for your time, commissioners.
What up, Frank? Perritos against parole. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, that little perrito barking like that
You are
scared the
muted,
bejesus out of me.
moderator.
Like, what the hell
Thank
is
you.
going
Sorry
on
about
over
that.
there?
Do we have a speaker? And are you speaking in support of Stephen Wilson?
Yes, I am. This is Victor Gonzalez, Steve's sponsor. So I know that I
Okay,
only have
2 minutes
2 minutes.
begin.
Okay, thank you. I only have 2 minutes, and I just want to say that I'm in full support of Steve. I'm his current sponsor and will assist him upon his reentry into society. I'm also a former life-term inmate that has successfully reintegrated back into society. I'm working as a recovery specialist with Turning Point Foundation and want to help in any way that I can to keep Steve on a direct path to reintegrating and navigating all the pitfalls that are out here. I work with many formerly incarcerated men and women that have struggled for many years in their addiction and their way of thinking and their way of behaving. And I've had an opportunity to navigate that. And working with Stephen over the years while incarcerated with him has allowed me great insight into who he is as a person. And I feel that he has worked long and hard and has earned his right to be granted his release. So if he is granted release, I will dedicate my time and all my efforts into continuing our 12-step meetings, continuing our progress as human beings, working to regain the trust of society and continue building ourselves as people. Working on issues like complacency, working on emotional regulation and how this looks on a day-to-day basis. I feel that I can offer great support and introduce them into the communities that I have found myself that have kept me on a path of recovery, of giving back to the society that I've taken from. And I hope that the board is able to see that he is ready and has much support behind him and will be an asset to the community. Thank you.
Hey, she did say she also had donkeys too. I'm not sure if you guys caught that. Llamas
If
and
you're on the phone
donkeys.
and want to speak in support of Stephen Wilson, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Stephen Wilson? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Stephen Wilson.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Stephen Wilson.
First speaker is Julianne Walker.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. The governor's concern with insight is extremely appropriate here. The question isn't whether the victim of this horrific crime forgives him and somehow benefited from the continued contact with her during prison, or whether his ex-wife forgives him and is willing to have him at her ranch out in the boonies where it's all happy. The fact is that Mr. Wilson didn't bring up and doesn't have the insight into his own behavior. Same as with the clinician, Mr. Wilson did not bring up his behavior with the victim, Ms. Alonzo, and he didn't do it in the hearing, not until he was specifically asked about it. So despite the commissioner's questions, the commissioner asked only about relationships, and the defendant said, no, I don't have any right now. And it took the deputy commissioner to say, well, what about Ms. Alonzo? What about the sexual activity with her in the room? Oh, well, yeah, now that you mention that, that's regrettable.
What?
That's a problem. Yes, it is a problem. So why isn't he bringing it up himself? Why isn't there sufficient discussion about that with his narcissism? Why isn't he himself apologizing for that?
What's that?
Which he didn't do. In his brief statement, closing statement at the end, he did not apologize for further victimizing Ms. Alonso during his time in custody when he had sexual relations with her and activity that was part of an RVR.
Damn.
So while that may have helped Ms. Alonso in the form of restorative justice, it did not help him, and it proves his lack of insight. So I agree with the governor and ask that this matter grant be rescinded and that he receive further treatment in the area of his narcissism and criminal thinking. Thank you.
Damn, he was trying to get it in on the visitation room or in the
If you'd
mob.
like to speak in opposition to Stephen Wilson and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button.
In
and
the
I'll
mob
call on you
closet.
when it is your turn to speak.
The utility office
If you're
behind
on
the
the
vending
phone and want to
machines.
speak in opposition to Stephen Wilson, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Stephen Wilson? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Stephen Wilson?
Flutes again.
Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Stephen Wilson.
We will now take comments from anyone who has not yet spoken and wants to comment on a case on today's agenda.
I think it was a domestic issue where
Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of or opposition to any case on today's agenda? If you are on video, please raise your hand, pressing the raise hand button. If participating by telephone, please unmute yourself and identify yourself.
So
Chairperson, there are no more
what I gathered from that situation was that it was a domestic issue, and he was sentenced to life. So I'm assuming he probably had 2 strikes already. He put his hands on his wife or ex-wife. That got him sentenced to prison for life. But they still continued their relationship in prison, and they were caught in some sexually compromised positions, if you will, possibly with the flute. I'm not sure. That's just pure speculation right here, and I'm just assuming here. But so I know a lot of you guys are asking me when are we gonna know the outcomes of these hearings. We're gonna know the outcome of this hearing. We're gonna know that later on this evening. They announced them about 5 or 6 today, and then I'll make a video, and then I know you guys will be asking me about it later on in the live, so I'll go ahead and read up on it and let you guys know what the outcomes are. For those of you that like to listen to these type of hearings, this is not a board of parole hearing; it's an en banc hearing. There's going to be another one for California, so it's going to be the same process as today. I know a lot of people were complaining they wanted me to go back to Polk County, but that's not an option. These hearings only happen once a month, so these take priority over anything else that I'm streaming. So tomorrow it'll be the same setup. At 8 o'clock, I'll start streaming at 8 a.m. We'll do Maricopa at 8. We'll do Pima at 9, and then we'll get into Polk County if we are able to. And then we're not gonna do Polk tomorrow because tomorrow they start at 9. So tomorrow it'll be Maricopa, and then right from Maricopa we're gonna go straight to California. So whatever's happening in Maricopa, if it's on overtime, I'm cutting it, and as soon as the clock hits 9, we're gonna be in California. So just a heads up. Normally I do run numerous streams, so if you don't like listening to these type of hearings and you like to watch either Polk, Maricopa, Dade County, or whatever, I would suggest for you to jump over to one of those. But I'm gonna focus on the California ones. Did we go to Arizona? Arizona's gonna start at 2 o'clock, so I'm gonna be switching it over in a bit. But I'm not gonna be on. I gotta take a break. I've been on for like over 5 hours at this point, and there's some things I gotta take around in the house before I continue streaming. Most likely I'll be on later on in the evening. But like I say, I always run these streams on YT. If you want to continue watching them, I'll drop into the chat from time to time whenever I have time available. Let me see. Get out of here. Let me see. Have a good day. And let me see. Thanks, Big Dog. I love watching your streams. Hey, thank you, King. Highly appreciate that. Who streams Maricopa? I stream Maricopa. Let me see. You won't be live for the final decision. No, because they don't announce the decision. What they do is they release a memo So that memo it'll contain that information, and then I'll go ahead and read off that memo. I'll make a video, but like I said, I'll mention it on the live too because I know you guys will be asking me about it. Let me see my YT is the same thing as here. It's at collect call from. You could also go to my profile. All my social media links are on my profile, but here you go. If this makes it easier, it's at collect call from. Same thing as here. I made it simple for you guys to be able to track me down. I do have two accounts on TT that I do run. The one that normally has the most people, which is right here on my left where I'm pointing at you guys. This is my UK account. My American account, for whatever reason, it doesn't get that many people on it, but it is what it is. I'm just glad I got the UK account that brings in a lot more traffic. Let me see. Thank you, James. Till next time. It's closing time. It's time for you to go home. You could just, you know what I'm saying. What time later? I'm not sure. It depends. We're pretty much at their mercy when it comes to these things. So whenever they release the paper, then I'll make a video, and that's that. I just can't give you a time because I really don't know. But all right then. So that's it for it. That's it for it now. I gotta go ahead and take a break. I do appreciate you guys. If you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything. Also, if you guys could go ahead and do me a favor, if you guys could go ahead and check out some of the videos I posted, if you guys could go ahead and drop some comments, I would highly appreciate it. It doesn't cost you anything. It's free 99. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Drop some comments. Let me see. When do we hear if they're granted later on, Renee? But for sure, you'll find out sometime later on. Hey, Lori, thank you guys for the support. Highly appreciate that. Shy City, appreciate that daily heart. Anyhow, hey, I am Collect Call James. You are watching. You have a collect call from. And like I said around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's like shout. And with that, we're out. A rato y buenos días. Hey, thank you, Kimberly. You have a good one as well. And Toxica, gracias a ti.